I received a system message stating that the money limit has been reached. Seok Hwan was furious. He was only going to send 5,000 won. After all, one more time, and he could get a premium skin. The damn game drove him crazy. It wasn't fair. He was a VIP client, and such crap should not have happened to him. He began to go over in his memory those from whom he could borrow money nearby. The sound of SMS attracted attention. Komningmo thanked him for passing the exam and expressed regret that he could not accept the job application due to recruitment restrictions. Out of indignation, Seok Hwan dropped his cigarette. Bummer again. He was already over 30, but he still could not find a suitable job. Working behind the store counter was one of the easiest jobs, but it required a lot of patience. Often I had to put up with all sorts of idiots. This guy came every day, collapsed on the floor and drank, and he got on my nerves with his stories about how cool he was during his youth. But as soon as some really cool client appeared, he ran away in cowardice. If Hwang had been asked what the game and reality could have in common, Hwang would have answered that wherever you go, there are a bunch of idiots. However, he has now become an educated and polite man in his 30s. He is in control. Hwang politely asked if this man would get sick by lying on the cold floor every day. The question outraged the drunk. He stood up and began to threaten. This pathetic freak understood that the guy could not answer him, otherwise he would be fired. A big man with a menacing appearance came into the store and demanded a cigarette. One glance was enough for the big guy to make the drunk leave. Hwang asked with a polite smile what kind of cigarettes were needed. The man replied, Dunhill. The guy clarified which Dunhills they were. The question infuriated the big man. He clicked his teeth, barked that they were gay, and called Hwang a moron. The main thing is patience. The guy got it on his nose. We must be patient. He is now a well-mannered person. Hwang announced the price, 4,500 won, and the man threw the change on the counter. It was a whole bunch of small coins. The man opened the cigarettes, crumpled the packaging, and threw it on the floor. Fury began to boil. Hwang tolerated such rude behavior and even found the strength to thank the client. A little more, and he will leave. While counting the coins, Hwang found that there were 200 won more, which calmed him down a little. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the big man called out to the guy. Hwang tensed. Although he tried to persuade himself to be patient, his patience was already running out. The man brazenly demanded to light his cigarette. It seemed to Hwang that he had misheard, but the man rudely repeated the demand. He liked to mock others. It was clear in his arrogant gaze. This was the last straw. After all, his patience is not rubber. With a polite smile, Hwang struck his lighter. Now he'll give him a light. Having called the client the last words, the guy set his beard on fire. The man screamed and jumped up and down, waving his arms. They grappled, punching each other furiously. The guy threw out all his anger that had accumulated during the day. They met Ye-rin in a cafe the next day. Of course, he was fired, but the young man did not feel guilty. The girl didn't understand how anyone could be proud of being fired without even working for a month. She accused the guy of incontinence. Hwang tried to explain everything to her, that the client started first and was rude. But the girl believed that it was not worth stooping to the same level. Otherwise, why would he be better? There was no point in arguing. Hwang inquired about her affairs. The girl replied that she could well afford to have a couple of drinks today because she received first place in all subjects. She rejoiced at her successes and was proud of them. The young man was also happy about his friend's success. But against the background of her triumph, his own failures seemed like a complete failure. It seems that he alone was no good in this world. He completely drooped. The girl tried to cheer up Hwang. After all, the main step was to realize your mistakes. Memories of the past added to the pain. He lost his father early, got involved with gangsters, and almost died. Several times he was on the verge of death, but continued to endure this pain. For Ye-rin, his revelations came as a surprise. This part of his life was unknown to anyone. They clinked glasses and decided to change the subject. The girl advised him to become more independent and responsible, to rent an apartment in Seoul. The alcohol relieved some of the tension, and the conversation became more casual. Ye-rin noticed that leading such a lifestyle, he would not survive his third decade, and that he will have to take responsibility for her after graduation, when she gets a job. And it would be good if he held out at least until that moment. The night lit the lights in the windows. Hwang had nightmares. The dreams were restless. From time to time, he woke up and remembered the conversation with Cha Ye-rin. All this nonsense that she spoke during the conversation made him worry. He imagined what it would be like if he didn't get a job until he was 40, but spent all his time in a gaming cafe. This thought seemed funny, and the guy laughed. Another nightmare, where he saw himself as an old, worthless wreck, put into his head the idea that a 30-year-old guy who has not achieved anything in life is just trash. He didn't find it funny anymore. I didn't want to sleep anymore. It would probably be really worth moving and behaving appropriately. He got up from the bed and took the phone. You need to send your resume somewhere. In any case, this way he will no longer look like a buffoon in the eyes of a 20-year-old girl. The guy swore and began flipping through the advertisements. For work in production, they offered an annual salary of 1,800 won. This is for 72 hours a week. Nobody normal would buy this kind of crap. Another ad caught my attention. Cleaning company, Munt, hiring without experience or conditions. The figure of 9,001 per year caused surprise and disbelief. What is the salary for regular cleaning? For Huang, this was a huge amount. For 9,001 you could buy so many skins. Yes, he could buy himself a computer for that money. The announcement seemed like some kind of scam. How they will send him on a ship to the Pacific Ocean. Probably this announcement will trample all the unemployed. On the other hand, he doesn't lose anything. Huang sent the questionnaire to the address. There is no charge for your application. The company building rose among the same twin high-rise buildings and did not stand out in anything special. Several people were sitting in the corridor waiting for the interview to begin. The guy got a little nervous. He had no documents. Doubts began to overcome him. Is it even worth going there? At that moment he was called. The person from the committee said that they were very impressed with his resume and asked him to explain some points. Huang tensed. After all, he simply scribbled down what is most often written on a resume. And why is he so unlucky? At that moment, one of the guys said that he served in a Special Forces battalion and then was sent to a super-secret unit of the U.S. Army. About the fact that he participated in military operations to rescue hostages in Somalia and Yemen. And then he trained in SEAL in America, a special unit of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Huang couldn't understand what such a weapon man had left at the cleaning company. And he was not alone. The rest were also not like those who decided to wash the floors and dishes. One of the men had a scar across his entire face. It looked as if someone had taken an axe to his snout, but not during cleaning. The boy continued to talk about his achievements and that he had always dreamed of working in this company and was ready to make every effort to preserve the world. Huang was shocked. He did not understand what this crazy guy was talking about and what kind of preservation of peace he was talking about. The girl from the commission said that they are just a cleaning company and are not the ones responsible for keeping the peace. She moved to Huang. He was number 39. The girl ran her eyes over his profile, and her eyes widened in surprise. She whispered in the ear of the girl who was dozing in the next chair that this guy had probably been chosen by mistake. The vice chairman still didn't open her eyes. She advised us to continue the interview. The girl read out a passage where Huang wrote that he was angry at the educational system of this disgusting country, deliberately passed the final exams, and entered the local university. After that, he worked part-time in different places, teaching the correct behavior to ill-mannered clients. And then, the unfair director, who was also illiterate, fired him. That's exactly what he wrote. The girl looked up and asked if everything that was written on the resume was true. There were chuckles. They whispered behind their backs. People did not understand that Huang had forgotten here. The guy began to sweat from excitement. The girl asked if he considered everything written to be his merits. He didn't count, he just wrote, and that's it. If a person is treated like crap, then he has the right to respond in kind. Huang wrote obvious things and did not see any problems in this. The girl scribbled something on the questionnaire and thanked her for the answers. Something in her appearance suggested that Huang had failed the interview again. She asked if there were any questions. She asked out of politeness, hinting that it was time for him to go. But Huang had a question that had been bothering him all this time. He asked why a man with a weapon was allowed into the interview. The question about the pistol caused confusion. Huang said there was a man sitting at the other end of the row with a weapon in his pants. Huang doubted whether it was worth talking about at all. The man began to yell at him indignantly, denying everything. Huang continued to talk about the fact that the country has a law prohibiting the carrying of weapons. Huang tried not to look at the gun in his pocket, but the guy seemed to be an eyesore on purpose. The man with the gun pulled out his weapon and began shouting insults at Huang. The man with the scar knocked out the gun. He tried to reason with this idiot, but it was no use. A fight broke out. Blows rained down one after another. Suddenly, this crazy man opened his shirt. He yelled for no one to move. His body was wrapped in explosives. He was shouting some nonsense about how he immediately realized that this organization was actually the Disaster Preparedness Committee. His words were some kind of nonsense. He continued to yell that they were lucky that the chairman was not there today, and for the sake of the real white world, they would have to blow up those who were in the room. And the lady in the cap continued to doze. And Juan lost his temper again. All this noise and this bastard with dynamite completely pissed him off. The guy yelled at the guy to shut up and get out, and then punched him in the jaw with all his heart. He left, or rather, he fell from an office window directly onto someone's car. It was a long flight, and the landing was unlikely to be soft. Huang's resume might not have been anything remarkable, but he knew how to deal with such things. It looks like he missed the interview again. The guy waved goodbye to everyone, wished them good luck, and turned around to leave. They called out to him. Wow, the lady in the cap woke up. However, her nerves are strong. She said that Seok Hwan created a mess in their company and should be held accountable for his actions. And whatever the situation, you need to take responsibility for what you have done. And why did she suddenly decide to wake up? And the girl continued to talk. She said he threw a man with a bomb on himself out of the window. And I didn't even think about the people below. They could have gotten hurt. And the one who acts so recklessly needs to be punished, because he himself said something similar. Huang tried to object, but strangely, she used his own words against him. It turned out that she foresaw that this was exactly what would happen, and ordered that guy to play along. If an ordinary person had been in his place, he would have died from the blow. Huang was shocked. He remembered the man with the gun and how he portrayed a psycho. It turned out that all this was staged? The girl hoped that the matter would be resolved only by the noticed pistol. Now, additional witnesses have appeared, and all that remains is to get rid of the one who did all this. She asked if his appearance would change after death, but she didn't need an answer. She knew. The bullet landed right in the forehead. He didn't have time to dodge. While he was falling with a hole in his head, she congratulated him on passing the interview. He was asked to start work in 3 days at 11 p.m. He should have left as soon as he opened his eyes. The last thought was that his name is Seok Hwan. He is over 30 and still looking for a job. And if he dies, he can be reborn in 3 days. How did that girl know about his abilities? The blood was difficult to wash off. During the 3 days he was dead, it managed to eat into his skin. Having died, he could actually be revived after 3 days. Even Ye Rin didn't know about this secret. But that girl knew about his abilities in advance. This means that they chose him, being aware of everything from the very beginning. Those fucking minions of Kim Min-hyuk! Did they really think that he would leave everything just like that? Huang kicked the door open and burst into the company office. The girl who asked him questions at the interview and the man from the commission were having breakfast peacefully. She greeted him happily, oblivious to his rude behavior. The girl seemed delighted that he actually resurrected after 3 days. But he was not so easily confused by enthusiastic exclamations. Even if these people were not Kim Min-hyuk's dogs, it was necessary to find out how they knew about his abilities. The girl said that Kim Min-hyuk died immediately after becoming the representative of the Doan groups. To rise to the position of director of the company, he killed many people. Then it turned out that this case was connected with politics, and a lot of people from senior ranks were fired. There were many protests from the civilian population. What was interesting was that the person who killed Kim Min-hyuk was his own mother. It was she who then presented all his crimes in court. Everything the girl said was true. In order to study his abilities, Kim Min-hyuk killed the guy dozens of times and also tortured his loved ones. Huang hoped for a quiet life after the death of this creature. But then some new people appear who know about his abilities. He won't let anyone bully him anymore. The girl said that their company had nothing to do with that terrible person. They first learned about Huang's abilities during an interview. The only person who really knew everything in advance was the vice chairman. Girl in a cap, the one who killed him. The company employees introduced themselves. Her name was Cha Hee-soo, and she was the general manager of a cleaning company. The man's name was Chang Ho-yeon, and he was the general manager. They took the elevator down and got out in the underground parking lot. The same bitch who put a bullet in his forehead was waiting for them there. Huang immediately flew into a rage. She wasn't even surprised to see him. She only asked if Huang was the Jesus of Korea. Now he will show her Jesus. Organize a personal meeting with him. Cha Hee-soo skipped up to the boss. She asked what kind of work awaits them today. The deputy chairman whispered in her ear that there was a tale of 3 people behind them. These people found them when they heard the news that a person had fallen from their office window. There was no point in going to the main office now. They should get onto the highway to see exactly how many people are following them. Juan grabbed the bitch by the shoulder. Now he will pay her for everything. He will find out who she is and how she got involved with Kim Min-hyuk's gang. Huang was beside himself with rage. The girl said that she didn't care how Kim Min-hyuk died and that she had nothing to do with him, and that if Juan touches her even once again, he will regret it very much. She grabbed his hand, and he was amazed at her strength. It was clearly inhuman power. Who really is this girl? Their confrontation was interrupted by a polite question from the general manager. He asked if Huang was going to work for their company. It was monstrous impudence. Do they really expect him to work for them after everything that's happened? Where have you seen someone shoot at an interview with a cleaning company? The general manager said that after the internship, the salary would significantly exceed the amount indicated in the advertisement. The fee will be 110 million won per year. Huang was speechless by what he heard. 110 million won. It was unthinkable. Moreover, at the end of the year, a bonus will be paid for special merits. It would be nice to read the contract. Maybe Huang will change his mind about leaving. Huang asked where exactly they were going. He was informed that the building where the interview took place was a front office, and that the main office was in Yeouido. Other applicants who were interviewed are already there. They started work 2 days ago. He asked what they were really doing. He was informed that he was now working for the Disaster Preparedness Committee. It was a very well-known international company that was often in the news. The department that Huang will work for is a fake company that provides unofficial assistance to the Disaster Preparedness Committee, working undercover. In order to prevent natural disasters and crimes in advance, it is sometimes necessary to do work that is contrary to the law. That is why a lot of people from former military and special forces are rushing to them. It's not clear why they needed Huang. He was informed that this was the order of the chairman. Huang started to get nervous again. How does this chairman know everything? At that moment, something strange began to happen on the road. They tried to attack them in broad daylight. This was monstrous impudence. More instructions were needed, and the general manager called the chairman. Even though the car was armored, the tires would not last long. Juana didn't understand what was happening. Finally, the girl in the cap paid attention to him. She said it was time to get to work. They were attacked right in the center of Korea. It was outrageous. A machine gun appeared from the truck in front of them. One of the cars caught up with them, and a weapon stuck out of the lowered window. Bullets clattered into their car, knocking sparks out of the armor. They were surrounded and began to fire from all sides. Something had to be done. They wouldn't last long like this. The window will not hold up and will soon break, and they didn't even have weapons. Huang rushed around the cabin like an animal locked in a cage. The deputy chairman thrust something into his hand. It was a wig. She had golden hair. It seemed that the whole girl began to radiate some kind of radiance. At some point, a wave of energy splashed out at the car that was pursuing them, and it tumbled off the highway. The girl was shining and looked like an angel of death. She brought death to everyone who dared to attack them. The general manager calmly conducted a conversation with Mr. Chairman. He said that the people who attacked them were Peck's henchmen, their eternal enemies. The chairman said that since Lilia was with them, everything would be fine. But you still had to be careful. Huang realized it was time to act. He could use some extra remuneration. The girl with golden hair named Lilia was seriously excited. She tried to stop Huang. He was going to kill them. Everything was simple and obvious. The chairman said that the man named Seok Hwan should never get hurt. At that moment, a man named Seok Hwan was rushing towards a machine gun, firing at their car from a truck. The chairman said that the Beck people need the reborn. That's why they organized the attack. The chairman didn't know why they needed the revived one, but he was going to find out from their leader, personally. They stood on the roof of a skyscraper. He is lightning, she is fire. This meeting promised to be interesting. There was horror in the eyes of the machine gunner who was shooting from the truck. He did not understand how this abnormal psycho was rushing at him despite the bullets. With one jerk, the guy pulled the masked man out of the truck and took his place. Lilia continued to be angry. She'll talk to this crazy guy again. First day of work and I'm already facing bullets. She ordered Hisu to move the car to the right at her signal. Huang grabbed the machine gun levers. He had no idea where these freaks came from, but they would definitely regret it. The windows on their cars were bulletproof, which made things difficult. Lilia ordered the car to be moved to the right and Hisu obeyed. The girl drove the car well. When she returns, she will ask the chairman for even more money for her work. And the guy continued to fire from the truck at his pursuers. At some point, the windows of their cars gave way, and bullets whistled through the cabin. The tires on the wheels burst, and one of the cars was carried off the road. The fewer pursuers, the greater the chances of getting out of this mess. The pursuers had only one car left, and even then it was riddled with bullets. Their plan failed. The chief ordered to turn. The driver tried to object. If they retreat now, they will miss the reborn. But it became clear that we had to retreat. The pursuer's car turned off the highway. The employees of the special department breathed a sigh of relief. Heisu couldn't believe it was all over. The general manager held his head. His ears still hurt from the roar. The blonde looked rather gloomy, but the new employee was beaming with delight. It was cool to have such adventures on my first day of work. Seoul, Jongno Street, Claville Tower. This was their main office. They went up in the elevator. With all her might, Lilia pressed him into the door so that the glass of the elevator could not stand it and cracked. She squeezed his throat with her elbow so that Juan couldn't even breathe. The girl splashed out all the accumulated anger. This cool immortal worker is about to learn another valuable lesson from her. Even if the price of life for him is not more expensive than the lipstick she bought today, he must understand that the lives of other people are completely different. This guy didn't even realize how many people he had put in danger with his reckless actions. Has he ever tried to think with his head before doing something? And all this was told to him by the one who recently made a hole in his head? Huang was amused by the whole situation. They were arguing again. The guy said he was great at estimating other people's costs of living. The girl considered him a scumbag, for whom the lives of other people are simply cheap. What should they have done when psychos fired at them from all sides with heavy machine guns? They tried to calm them down. The elevator opened, and they stepped out onto the landing. The whole office was at your fingertips. A whole bunch of people. Lilia proudly walked away, looking offended. Hisu grabbed his hand and dragged him somewhere. She introduced him to the office and told him that the company mainly receives, stores, and protects physical evidence that cannot be used officially. They also did witness protection. That is why sometimes I had to deal with various kinds of terrorist organizations. She showed him the workplace as well as the contract, which he should read carefully. Huang wanted to see the chairman, but it turned out that today the chairman went on a business trip. The office staff listened attentively to the news report. The report said that one of the civilians in the Gangnam area filmed a fight between some suspicious girl and a terrorist. Due to this situation, a large number of people fled the Gangnam area. Fortunately, no human casualties have been recorded so far. The office staff clarified and asked for details. People were worried that someone would want to attack in an area with a lot of office buildings. Hee-soo recruited a general manager. Images from the report caught her attention, and they caused concern. She muttered something about the chairman. Huang watched the news and was amazed at the terrorists' impudence. Suddenly, close-up shots flashed, and the woman on the screen seemed familiar. The quality of the recording was very poor. Huang could have made a mistake. Was it really So Hai Nuna? He probably imagined it. That girl looked exactly like the head of the orphanage where Huang was raised. He couldn't believe his eyes. Who fought the terrorist? It was so long ago. Manhwa Orphanage. Every time he left the orphanage, returned late, or did not get in touch. So Nuna tried to understand what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. She was worried, but she believed him. He was not asked to excel in academics or sports. He was asked to be more careful. And this face, yes, the first day of work was hard. This company was in some kind of hole. A suspicious place. He wouldn't want to end up in jail. Huang was reminded that the contract had already been signed, and it was too late to worry about such things. He had to spend the night at a security company for 2 weeks. There were already people here who were familiar to him from the interview. The general manager suggested that Huang establish a good relationship and said that he should not tell anyone about his ability to revive. She promised to look for some information about the shelter, said goodbye, and left. Company employees could not understand why the chairman was featured in the news. The chairman said that the guy was being hunted and it was worth keeping an eye on him. Be that as it may, after 10 years, Mr. Chairman finally has the opportunity to catch those types. Juan couldn't sleep. No matter how much he thought, the girl from the news was the spitting image of Nuna So-hee. Although her style had changed quite a bit, he couldn't confuse Nunu with someone else because he had known her since childhood. So she's alive. Kim Min-hyuk! He considered Hwang a hunting dog, a weapon that, no matter how you killed, remained alive. This psycho killed all the people close to him, but he never broke it. However, Nuna So-hee died at the hands of another person even before Kim Min-hyuk appeared. But now she's back again. An unregistered person has appeared at the headquarters of the Committee for Natural Disaster Preparedness. The man was heading to the chairman's office. The voice was also not recognized. This was the chairman of MUNT, Min Jong-woo. His identity was so secret that it was not listed in any database. In the darkness, the phone rang. The number has not been determined. A familiar voice called Hwang by name and asked for help. The girl said that she was glad to hear his voice for the first time in a long time. I asked how he was doing. With trembling hands, Hwang lit a cigarette. That was incredible. It turns out that the girl from the news was really Nuna. But why had she never tried to contact him? And why is he calling now? Nuna asked for forgiveness, said that she was afraid and was hiding. She was being followed, so she couldn't contact anyone. She asked for help. Hwang asked where to go. She named the place where they last saw each other. The girl begged not to tell anyone about this conversation. Hwang didn't know that their conversation was being monitored. And everything will be transferred to the chairman. He wanted to get out of the room but ran into Hee-soo. Hwang lied that he got lost while looking for a place to smoke. The girl said that new information had been received, and tomorrow they were leaving for the operation. Hwang needs to be there too. Now he needed to see something. It was an interrogation room. A man was lying unconscious with his face on the table. This was the same man Hwang attacked when he captured the machine gun in today's firefight. But he looked somehow strange. It took them a long time to find out what exactly he was up to. This man looked like he was being tortured. Hwang was furious. The girl assured that they do not use harsh interrogation methods and that the chairman is against this. Unlike their enemies, Hee-soo's mother was burned alive in a church whose priest was drugged by Beck. He locked people in the church and tried to force them to join his religion, and when that didn't work, he started a fire. General Manager Chan Ho-yeon also lost children at the hands of these creatures. The company employed many such people who suffered from the cult. The Snow White cult, or Baek Manja, Baek, White, Manja, the soul of a deceased person, is a pseudo-religion that believes that the destruction of humanity is a state of eternal life. This sect took root a long time ago. These people were real demons who were ready to do anything to destroy humanity. They produced weapons, controlled wars, created drugs, conducted experiments on people. It was Korea that became the birthplace of this religion. The chairman has been waging war against these monsters for several decades. The prisoner woke up and began shouting threats. He shouted that they would all die anyway. No one would be able to avoid death in such destruction. They will have no place in the Snow White world. Then the prisoner began to bang his head on the table. He tried to kill himself this way. It was as if he had been programmed to commit suicide if something went wrong. The prisoner tried to restrain himself, but it was beyond his strength. They were late. It was necessary to urgently call the doctors. The girl suggested that the bishop of this strange religion could be Nuna So-hee, who raised Hwan. It all seemed like nonsense. Hwang has to figure it out himself. He will check it himself and decide what to do. And if the person close to him turns out to be shit, he will deal with him accordingly, according to your principles. The next day they set out for the operation. It was necessary to stop the deal on the sale of biochemical weapons. They have been waiting for 2 hours already. Hwang did not believe that this Snow White cult would dare to attack in broad daylight. This biological weapon caused a mutation immediately after entering the body, and even one infected person could cause the start of a pandemic. The signal came that they were approaching. Cars, motorcycles, and trucks. It was assumed that these were the bishop's subordinates. Shots were heard from the car. A large truck suddenly braked near the building where the deal was to take place. The guards at the entrance were shot. A huge man hung with weapons ran forward. It was Goyla, the deacon of the Snow White cult. Masked people with weapons, led by Goyla, burst into the building. Some of them remained to God outside. Hwan thought that these bastards were completely crazy with impudence, since they were creating such chaos in the middle of the day. Hwan still had 2 hours left before meeting Nuna. He still has time to kick these creatures' asses. He was offered to take the weapon, but Hwang refused. He can handle it anyway. Moreover, he could accidentally hit one of his own. The men in black overalls were ordered to guard all escape routes until the deacon took the object. It was necessary to kill anyone who approached or tried to interfere. But they didn't expect to be ambushed. These damn bastards are munt! Baek Manja came for chemical weapons that were created in the laboratory of viruses in Central Asia. Everything had to be done to prevent it from falling into their hands. Their suits were completely covered in armor. It would take a long time to break through it. Huang was not intimidated by armor or guns. He took their heads off with one blow. The guy acted like a real psycho. Colleagues tried to cover him, shooting nearby opponents. It was great. Huang rushed forward. There was an hour left before the meeting with So Ki-nuna. It was necessary to have time to find out the truth. Henchmen killed everyone in their path. They left no witnesses. A man with a suitcase sat in a chair and shook with fear. He didn't understand what was happening and why all this equipment was needed. He was interested in where the money was. It was the director of the Star Call Club, Young Pil-hwan. He was a former gangster. He tried to be indignant, but a point-blank shot from a light machine gun interrupted his speech. Goyla took the suitcase. The weapon capsule was in place. The serial number matched. This was the original. The deacon was about to leave. But then information arrived that an invader had entered the building. His movements were very fast, and he had already dealt with all the guards. Real psycho, single-handedly scattered all the fighters. Huang did not understand where so much garbage was found in the country. He was looking for the boss. Goyla was not long in coming. He grabbed Huang with his mechanical arm and lifted him off the ground. He did not understand where this damn terrorist was and what the unkillable had forgotten here. So he was worried that Huang had broken through. And she also didn't understand where the chairman was now. And the chairman had already arrived at the place at that time. Manhwa shelter. Huang didn't understand how this gorilla knew about his abilities. The deacon asked if Huang had not received a call asking him to meet with Madam Bishop. Huang didn't understand anything. Where was he supposed to meet the bishop? The deacon's answer was astonishing. Manhwa shelter, where he lived under her protection. Goyla said that they were going to pick him up back then on the road, but the damned munt interfered. The deacon decided to kill Huang to prevent him from ruining everything, and send it to where it should have been originally. Mechanical fingers praised the throat. Huang couldn't believe his ears. This couldn't happen. Manhwa shelter. How did this freak know everything about him? Huang escaped from the iron clutches. A short fight, and the deacon was defeated. Just a few questions left to ask. First, this bastard will tell you how he knows everything, and then Huang will kill him. The unkillable was reborn 3 days after death. Extraordinary power made it possible to use the accumulated vital energy when a person was on the border of life and death. This ability was called nirvana. Huang asked who they were and what the hell they were doing here. Why do they need to destroy the world? The big man replied that he didn't understand, and that Huang didn't deserve to have the power of rebirth. It is of no use to such a worthless person. They grappled again. They hit each other, creating huge destruction around them. When the owner of the building sees all this, he will shed bitter tears. Huang delivered a straight punch to the metal arm. Something short-circuited inside the mechanism, a crackling sound was heard, and sparks began to fly. While the battle lasted, the people in black overalls decided that they did not have time to wait, and since they had the object, it was time to get out. Just as they were trying to escape, help arrived from Munt. A shootout began. The guy tried to warn his people that there was a biological weapon in the suitcase. An accidental shot could damage the suitcase and then everyone would be in a complete mess. And so it happened. The guy tried to reach the glass flask, but did not have time. The flask fell to the floor and broke. The contents of the capsule splashed out onto Huang. They were in complete shit. Suddenly, Huang felt a familiar nutty aroma. Strange smell for a biological weapon. The deacon realized that everything was a trap from the very beginning. That's why these idiots rushed in so quickly. Huang was perplexed. The deacon explained to him that if the biological weapon were real, it is unlikely that the Munt employees would have reacted so calmly and would have come without protective suits. It has always been this way. In order to catch criminals, they were able to do anything. The guy's jaw almost dropped in surprise. It turned out that this was not the smell of a dangerous chemical compound, but of ordinary sesame oil. Now the deacon understood why the terrorist, who usually did nothing but try to stop them, was not here today. His true target was the bishop. That's why he got rid of all of them and that idiot unkillable. A colleague came over and praised Huang. Although the guy caused some trouble when he rushed forward alone, in the end, everything ended successfully. They promised to explain the whole situation to him on the way. Juan grabbed the hand that was tapped on his shoulder and squeezed it until it crunched. What kind of success are they talking about? A lot of innocent people died here. The guy was seething with rage. The headquarters received a message about an emergency. The newcomer has escaped. He rode off on a bike that the Snow White cult had left next to the building. Huang guessed where the chairman was now. The bishop realized that their conversation was being monitored when she saw the chairman. Seok Hwan was a naive fool and didn't even know about the wiretapping. The chairman suggested that by deceiving Seok Hwan, the bishop was going to steal his ability to revive. Although today she didn't look like a bishop. It would be more correct to call her Chin So Hai. The chairman thought that Chin Su Hee was not yet able to steal the ability of the unkillable. That it was not so. She wouldn't have fallen into such a stupid trap before. Has the bishop lost her powers, and now she can no longer take over someone else's body? The chairman did not know what she saw and what future awaited them. But he didn't listen. He came to kill. Why would this monster, a bishop, be afraid of anything? At that moment, the door shattered into pieces with a crash. Huang flew into the room, destroying everything in his path. His appearance was terrible. Huang could not even protect the place that had served him as peace and support for many years. Moreover, this bastard allowed many innocent people to die today. He had too many reasons to punch this guy in the face, but the guy still gave him the opportunity to explain everything. The chairman apologized and said that he did not have time to explain everything now. They will talk in the office after the arrest of the sect leader. The guy sent him very far. Today is just enough time for him to kick that bastard chairman's ass. Huang attacked the chairman. His movements were so fast that even Huang couldn't see them. The guy never managed to hit him. He didn't dodge attacks even after he noticed them. This bastard dodged so calmly, as if he was fighting with a child. It was as if he knew from the very beginning exactly how Huang would attack. Nothing, just one blow and he'll be done. Lightning flashed and Huang was thrown to the ground. The chairman said now is not the time for games. So he knew that although this guy is unkillable, in an unawakened state he cannot defeat the terrorist, because he can predict impending dangers in advance. Huang did not calm down. He stood up again and attacked the man with strange powers. Again blows whistled and flashes of lightning flashed. Smoke poured out of the windows of the shelter. The girl watched the fight. The chairman tried to reason with the guy. He was trying to say that they are not enemies. The girl realized that the chairman did not want to kill Huang, and if they had killed the guy right away, everything would have been over. She realized that only by using Seok Hwan could she win. She threw a car at Huang. The guy barely dodged. Huang tried to comprehend what was happening. How could the car end up in the room? At that moment, the chairman threw a beam of lightning at Huang. He should have listened when he was told. At this moment, Nuna screamed for Huang to detain the chairman at all costs and not let him move away, since this is the only opportunity to kill him. She'll figure it out. It just takes a little time. Let Huang stop him. It was so different from the girl who had gone crazy worrying about him before. What kind of nonsense was she talking about? Is she really the same So Hai Nuna he knew? She attacked. It was no longer Chin Su Hee. This was the bishop of the Snow White cult. The chairman wanted to resolve everything quietly, but it looked like it wouldn't work out. The battle caused such destruction that the building could not stand it. Lightning damaged load-bearing walls and partitions, and the building collapsed. Everything around was sparkling. Fragments of the house were flying in all directions. The bishop did not understand who this terrorist was. Last time she barely escaped from him. She was badly injured. When the building collapsed, her right arm was torn off, and the blood was gushing out with might and main. The girl did not understand why her abilities did not affect the enemy. The answer was simple. It's been a long time since they learned about her and her abilities. They had time to prepare. And even after all her atrocities, she was given a chance to survive. She should have left and never appeared again. Something crushed Huang very hard, as if a truck had driven over him. The metal reinforcement practically pierced right through him and pinned him to the ground. He could not believe that the destruction of the building and the car flying through the window were the work of So Hai Nuna. It was a complete bummer. If Nuna uses others like they are trash, then how is she different from the bastard Kim Min-hyuk? Huan remembered the conversation with Hee-soo that if everything is confirmed and the girl turns out to be a villain, what will he do with her? Everything was worse than ever. The pain came in waves. Huang lost a lot of blood. The shock of what happened and the understanding of the truth brought him into a strange state. If this thing really is So Hai Nuna, he was shaking. A fire flared up inside. Waves of energy rolled throughout my body. A flash of light. And someone, no longer quite human, freed himself from the pile of metal and debris and jumped to his feet. In the end, it still happened. The chairman realized that the process of awakening had begun. The one who until recently was Huang attacked him. Now the games are over. Huang changed and the fight went on a completely different level. The terrorist was beating with clots of energy. Their discharges hit Huang. His clothes hissed and smoked. But the blows of the awakened one were also monstrous in their power. He drove his opponent into the ground and cracks spread out in all directions. An abyss opened up under our feet. The enemy took off, but Huang could now fly. The chairman had previously worried that this day of awakening would someday come. Action should have been taken already when he killed Min Hyuk. Well, he won't let this guy fully awaken to the prophet. He's too dangerous. Let him sleep a little. Ball lightning, monstrous in size and bright as the sun, was concentrated in the hand. This blow turned Huang into a pile of ash. Horror froze in the girl's eyes. Another lightning flashed and everything was fine. The disaster preparedness committee was empty. The working day was over and everyone had already gone home. The girl in the smoking room was nervous. The chairman suggested that she move the table to the smoking room since she was constantly hanging out there. It was W on Mi-ho, the CEO of the Disaster Preparedness Committee, former president of the Taihan Group. He said that he took the bishop, but since he had to take her alive, he had to work a little. The girl said that the head of the department, Kim, is now simply furious. He is burning with the desire to tear the chairman's head off. He reminded that if the bishop dies now, she will simply change her body. For the first time in 10 years, they finally had a chance. The amount of damage caused in the Gangnam area was approximately 22 billion won. Among the destroyed buildings was one belonging to party lawmaker He Ming. Now they are demanding the resignation of the committee's leadership. She requested a video file. Because of that incident, 46 people were injured. The good news was that none of the civilians died. Pictures flashed on the screen. Won Mi-ho felt anxious. The man she knew as a terrorist, first of all, always saved people who were in danger. She joined the Disaster Preparedness Committee at his request. It was the terrorist who was the founder of this committee and also served as chairman. He once told her that it is difficult to change the world alone, but even now he continues to act alone. She said that he is not the same as he used to be. Perhaps he should consider resigning. 3 days passed and Huang returned to life. He saw Ye Rin. The terrorist chairman was also nearby. The girl was very worried because Huang was not at home for several days and he did not answer the phone. The guy tried to make excuses that he was a little busy due to his job search. Ye Rin turned her attention to the chairman and assumed that he was Huang's friend. Huang tried to object. This guy was not his friend. But the new boss said they had been friends since high school and he ran a small cleaning company. Ye Rin noted his unusual hair color. With such a shade, the guy looked very much like the terrorist from the news, and it was dangerous, since they could accidentally be confused. Huang tried to say that this bastard was the terrorist, but the chairman covered his mouth with his hand in time. He replied that he simply bleached his hair many times. Min Jong-woo said goodbye and said that it was time for him to leave, hinting to Huang that he shouldn't tell anything unnecessary. Ye Rin stopped him and suggested they have dinner together. The girl was very nice to someone she considered Huang's old friend. Huang said that everything Ye Rin cooks is absolutely delicious and that you should eat every last crumb. The girl got angry. She said that Huang could help. Min Jong-woo said that he likes cooking. There's no one at home to cook, so cooking has become something of a hobby. Huang noticed that everyone present here lost their parents early. Everyone tries to live as best they can, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Min Jong-woo said that he has a father. For some reason, this made Huang angry. But the chairman continued that, despite the presence of his father, for the first time in a long time, he did not eat alone. He was very happy about this. Huang said he never thought he'd be eating at the same table as a fucking South Korean terrorist. And Min Jong-woo reminded that he is also the chairman of the company where Huang works. The chairman said he was aware that the biological weapon turned out to be fake. Huang blamed him for the death of many innocent people. The terrorist said that all those people from the club were criminals. The head of the Star Call Club was involved in selling weapons on the black market and selling drugs to ordinary people. And the girls from the club made money by selling drugs to drunk clients or by killing visitors and then selling their organs. Huang asked about He Nuna's S. He vaguely remembered how it all ended. Is she really one of the leaders of the Snow White cult? Min Jong-woo suggested that he meet her tomorrow and find out for himself. The next day, Hee-soo happily greeted him at work. Hwang rudely cut off her greeting. He said that they would not forget to pay him his salary for the 3 days that he was out of work due to their own fault. Jin Soo-hee was placed in a special prison cell. He was going to find out for himself who she really was and what her purpose was. It was hard for him to see the girl in such a state. It was necessary to find out what exactly the leader of the cult that intimidated the whole world was so afraid of. It was late. 2 people were checking containers with cargo. Among them was one container containing immigrants who were trying to enter Korea illegally. 32 people slept side by side on the floor. 2 strange guys were about to greet the arrivals, but suddenly some strange figure appeared in the darkness. Red eyes glowed under the black hood. The strange conversation continued. Hwang asked the main question. The entire 10 years that he lived with her in the Manhwa orphanage after losing his parents, did she take care of him just to steal his ability? She burst out laughing. The sensors beeped. She lived for 600 years, but she could not even imagine that the world would change so much. The infrared sensor checked the heart contraction, pulse, and even recorded brain activity. The slightest deviation and new readings were taken. Previously, she was considered a goddess. Now these impudent scum were trying to study and control her. As for Hwang, he didn't even understand the true meaning of his ability. He acted based only on a primitive sense of justice. For 7 years she honed his ability, but he never reached spiritual maturity. The chairman asked if there was any new information on his case. The employees had just finished systematizing the data. They tracked the voice data, fake passports of all members of the bishop's group, including Deacon Goyla, and also all their routes for 3 years. During these 3 years, they visited almost every corner of the planet. I wonder who such a large organization was hiding from, hiding all over the world. The bishop, who had never died in 600 years, began to conduct her underground activities in Korea. She was one of the senior leaders. When the 8 great Baekja families in one of the 3 kingdoms of Korea fell apart, her status was a little shaken, but she did not become weaker. Before the death of a person, she took possession of his body and thereby extended her life. Something was wrong. She had shown a completely different level of strength before. 5 years ago in Kyrgyzstan, she demonstrated her strength by incinerating a 1-kilometer-long mountain range with one blow. Besides, she was very cunning, and Min Jong-woo had already missed her several times. The chairman knew that she would someday return to steal the Unkillable's ability. For 3 years, there was only one place that the bishop avoided: Saudi Arabia. Hwang noticed that despite her best efforts, she had already failed with him. She thought that she was guiding him, pushing him into various stupid things, constantly brainwashing him. But that was not the case. The only person who really influenced the guy was his deceased father. He once told the boy that if he is not guilty of anything, he should believe in himself. When a fire broke out in the factory where he worked, the father entered the fire 5 times to save people. As a result, he died himself. Hwang also tried to help people in trouble by taking down the bad guys. Hwang tried to be like his father, and it wasn't his ability, it was a matter of principles. The bishop replied that all this was just nonsense coming from the lips of a young man. This ability originally belonged to her. Hwang no longer saw any point in continuing this conversation. He found out everything he wanted. He will remember everything good that happened. She shouted that he would resurrect after any death, but he could not avoid death from old age. Then the ability will be lost forever. This gift should belong to her, and the second half should have been removed long ago. She added that soon someone would come and everyone would die. An intrusion signal sounded. Alarm of the second rank. An unknown person entered the territory. There was a man standing in front of the door. Security pointed a camera at him, trying to recognize his face. Fiery eyes rolled up from under the hood. There was a crackling sound in the headphones and sparks began to fly. Blood flowed from the ears of the guards. People were shaking from some incomprehensible influence. The second-level alarm indicated that an unconfirmed intruder was approaching. The chairman ran to the exit. There was a purple fog throughout the office. It was serious. He ordered Hee-soo to contact the security team. The general manager said that a call had been received from the security team. An unknown intruder entered the building through the main gate. All cameras have become unusable. Some crew members, for some unknown reason, had damaged eardrums. The elevator stopped at the main entrance. This meant that the stranger knew where to go. The chairman remembered the bishop's warning. The chairman said that it was necessary to evacuate all employees. A purple fog covered the entire building. There was no more than 10 minutes left. Min Jong-woo had the ability to see the place where misfortune could happen to him. This area was covered in purple fog. The chairman ordered the alarm to be raised to level 4. The field team was to pick up the bishop and transport her via the freight elevator that was located in Sector B, and also prepare the launch of the Villagia project. The bishop said that the one she warned about is already here. They tried to evacuate Huang. The bishop shouted that there was only one way to stop that guy. Huang must give her his power. A terrorist cannot cope on his own. Only a fully awakened prophet can stop the invader. Otherwise, everyone will die. We should have moved towards the elevator. A special detachment from the Committee for Natural Disaster Preparedness was due to arrive soon. But then the light went out. The soldiers kept their weapons ready. The emergency power supply was supposed to start. Some black figure blurred like a blot in the darkness, and a second later, the entire squad was cut into pieces. There was blood everywhere. This man was once with them, but he betrayed their cult. The stranger told the bishop that he didn't believe in all this cult nonsense. Their conversation was interrupted by the terrorist. He burst in, flashing with lightning, and was dumbfounded. Stranger, it was Hom. Did he devour the bishop? The chairman could not understand what exactly Hom was doing with Chin So-hee. He couldn't really devour her, could he? His body was human but somehow resembled the body of a huge beast, and his hair was very unusual. The chairman saw that the entire field team had died. It was his fault. He hoped that they would be able to move the bishop before the stranger burst in. Hom did not feel particularly delighted after eating the 600-year-old old woman. They entered into a fight. There was fire everywhere. Lightning flashed. The impacts were so fast that an ordinary person could only see blurry spots. Hom was pleased. Finally, a worthy opponent. Their confrontation continued. Hom was looking forward to victory. He wondered if he absorbed the terrorist. Would he have the same purple eyes? There was such a roar as if there was an earthquake. It felt like the building was about to collapse. There were 90 seconds left before the launch of the Villagia project. Huang asked what this project was. The girl said that the Snow White cult has captured many gifted people. Most of them had the ability to send special brain waves. Project Villagia is an experimental weapon that was created by a weapons research and development team together with a scientist named Kim Bong-chun. The weapon was experimental and could have side effects. The girl said that Huang has a different type of waves, so he will not receive the effect of this weapon. Unlike Mr. Chairman, and Min Jong-woo continued the fight at this time. The enemies somehow attacked him from the ground, but the floor remained intact. What kind of ability did he have? An unusual but overwhelming ability. Does she have any restrictions? Hom guessed that the battle would not be easy. This was their old enemy. Hom was also a member of the cult, but for some reason he killed the bishop. It was strange. Hom reported that cult is a misnomer. Creatures such as people develop from generation to generation, following only their desires. And they spend their whole lives on this. Their organization dreamed of eternal development with the help of death. The chairman ordered the activation of the project, which was already ready to launch. At this moment, clots of darkness began to seep straight from the ground and envelop the organization's employees. This was the power of Halma. He was going to kill everyone and then devour the chairman's corpse. The entire building shook. Huang realized that something was wrong. The project was never launched. He asked where exactly the weapon was. Black blots crawled across the walls and floor. The black fog swirled and captured more and more territories. Hom used his ability. The chairman could not let him win and let himself be devoured so easily. He began to concentrate lightning in his hands. He brought both hands together. A huge plasma ball, sparkling with lightning, flew towards Huma. The chairman was the first who could resist the intruder's power, but the more the darkness thickened, the stronger Hom became. Now is not the time to conserve your strength. Before activating the weapon, it was necessary to stop this guy at all costs. And the chairman began to generate streams of high-discharge electrical energy. The brightest flash was blinding. It dispersed the tongues of darkness. Hom realized that their abilities were similar in nature. The energy radiated in circles in all directions. Darkness and light collided, and a powerful explosion shook the building. Chairman's ability was borrowed. Calm himself was the progenitor of his power, its original form. The monstrous monster transformed from the clots of darkness and swept away the terrorist in one movement. Huang raced down the corridor. If he activates Villagia, then they will have at least some chance to save the situation. He found the right door. Everything was covered in blood. The weapon was never activated. There was very little time. I still had to figure out exactly how to activate the device. Some black shadow pounced on him and swaddled his arms and legs. He didn't understand what kind of rubbish it was, which leaked through the floor. Halm said that this device immediately attracted his attention. Came here once unkillable, it means that it was not in vain that he prepared in advance and killed everyone who was here. Juan asked this creature, "Where are you gone, Chairman?" He didn't like the answer. The monster informed him that Huang would be devoured in the same way that the bishop was devoured, and he bit off his head. "Darkness?" Someone's voice called him. Juan opened his eyes. Black fog swirled around. This place seemed familiar. He was sure he had been here before. The fight with the terrorist was not easy. Halm had never faced such a strong opponent. The chairman could not believe that this creature had already managed to absorb the unkillable. "The monster said that will kill them all." Huang wandered in the dark. Suddenly someone called him a pathetic loser and punched him in the face. "Father? How could this be?" The father shouted for Huang not to stand still but to leave. The father's blow was as strong as before. It turns out that this time he really died and will not be able to return. The father asked if Huang thought his death at the factory was stupid. After all, the father knew about his possible death, but still rushed into the fire to save people. Huang said it was very cool. The father agreed with him. All people will die sooner or later, so it is better to do it with meaning. And if Huang couldn't die with dignity, he must survive by any means possible. "But how do you come back after you've been devoured?" Father said for Huang to look back. The guy looked back and again found himself in a foggy darkness. The father has disappeared. Huang rushed to search. Suddenly he saw another figure. It was her Piscop. She was angry. The bishop blamed her death Juana. He should have given the ability, then they wouldn't be in such a pitiful situation. This was the inner world of the creature that swallowed them. A demonic space that consumes and destroys life itself. For some time the girl could still maintain a semblance of life here, but she would not last long. The guy asked what she meant when she said that by combining their powers, one could destroy that creature. The bishop began to talk. Once upon a time, when humanity first set foot on this world, 5 new creatures appeared on the star. These were prophets, beings beyond the laws of life and death. They tracked and destroyed creatures that brought death. One of them was unkillable. As a result, he was left alone. The steel ones died or disappeared. From generation to generation, he bestowed his power on those whom he considered worthy to continue his mission. It turns out that Huang was the real unkillable, and her bishop simply stole his power and lived for 600 years? She didn't consider him worthy of this power. But she will die soon anyway. Isn't it better to do it with dignity and return to Huan what is left? Then he can stop that bastard. She expressed doubts that he could handle it. Flames flared up all around. Huang grinned. "But at least you won't be ashamed to die." Huang burst out of the darkness. His clothes were burning, tongues of flame sliding across his skin. For some, this came as an unpleasant surprise. Halm was ready to kill him again and again. Shards of darkness grew out of the ground like sharp wedges. But Huang inherited from his father not only a craving for heroism, but also fortitude. Hit! And the fragments fly in all directions. Huang's strike has reached its target. Moreover, he dodged Halma's attacks. It was impossible. Huang dug his fingers into the resinous clots of darkness and tore them apart. Halm ate it! How was he able to survive and return? It was a strange question. Huang is reborn, and now he's going to kick this damn creature's ass. Huang's blow landed, and Halm was thrown back with force. They exchanged blows. At some point, Huang did not have time to dodge, and the blade of darkness cut off his head. The head flew to the side. Halm was about to turn to leave, celebrating his victory, but a voice behind him made him stop. It was Huang again. What was it? Teleportation. But Halm was confident that his blow had reached its target. Huang cracked his knuckles. It looks like his ability has become more advanced. If earlier it took 3 days to revive, now everything has changed. He was reborn instantly. Halm attacked him with fury. The whistle of the blade, and Huang was cut in half. Strangely, his corpse disappeared somewhere, and from somewhere behind came a blow to his back. This fight could last forever. Huang has become truly unkillable. In another part of the building, the chairman was fighting his battle with Halm. How this creature could be divided into 2 independent parts was unknown. Surely it was part of his ability. At some point, the hellish creature began to disintegrate. Tongues of darkness spread in all directions, forming ugly blots. The fight with Huang significantly weakened the hellish creature. The chairman realized that he had a chance to win. The problem wasn't even the guy's revival. With each blow from Huang, Haum's powers faded away. Huang also had limited strength. The more he died, the longer the cycle of rebirth became. This creature turned out to be quite tenacious, and the strength taken from the bishop will soon dry up completely. We had to finish this asshole off as quickly as possible. Darkness enveloped Haum for a moment, and huge wings grew behind his back. This was something new. The true power of the progenitor gave him the ability to transform matter. The darkness obediently obeyed his will and created the necessary images. Huang didn't care about his progenitor's capabilities. He was a pretty stubborn guy and didn't give up. At some point, he remembered that there was also a weapon that was never launched. The guy randomly poked his hand at the panel behind his back. The sound of the system starting up was heard. It was time to involve science. Under the influence of the waves, the creature began to crawl away. Darkness flowed in clumps onto the floor. Halma twisted in pain, his body returned to its original form. The chairman realized that the weapon had been launched. He also had a reaction to Velogia. This means that Seok-Hwan succeeded. Haum didn't give up. He continued to fight on two fronts. At some point, Haum realized that his strength was rapidly disappearing somewhere. He didn't understand what this worm had done to him. Huang realized that the weapon had worked. The creature decided to escape. He said his real name was Obaid Aldosari, and now Huang has become his personal enemy. Huang wasn't going to let this bastard go so easily. He put all his strength into the final blow, and the creature choked on blood. Tongues of darkness splashed all over the sides. The one who called himself Obaid Aldosari promised to return and consume everything that Huan had. 5 days later, the news reported that as a result of the attack by unknown assailants in the Cleve Tower, there were 24 dead and 12 injured. Then, with the help of the Disaster Preparedness Committee, the landslide that destroyed the building was stopped. There were a lot of people in the funeral hall. Juana called out to Hisu. The girl was worried about Huang and even stopped by his house while he was abroad. The girl said that the funeral hall occupied the entire third floor underground. Here were the tombs of former employees who died on the mission. Their bodies were kept here because the organization was very secret. In fact, it was as if she did not exist at all. Therefore, the chairman created a separate ritual company. When one of the workers died, their relatives were paid a small monetary compensation under the guise of insurance. And if the deceased had no family, the chairman was personally present at the funeral ceremony, so that no one has to go into another world alone. Huang saw the guy he was interviewing with. He wondered how this man felt about everything that was happening. And is he afraid of dying like this, that no one will ever know about his death? The guy said he didn't really care, perhaps due to the fact that he served before. To some extent, it was even cool, quietly sacrificing your life to preserve peace in a place no one will ever know about. They met Ye Rin at the embankment. The weather was good. It was easy and pleasant to sit like this with a girl, drinking beer. The girl asked if Huang was going to go somewhere. The guy flinched from the unexpected question. The girl asked what happened to his face. Huang turned it all into a joke. He said that his face should be quite normal, because he has been shaving quite carefully lately. They laughed. Huang said he recently dreamed about his dead father, and that he misses him a lot. Then he remembered the threats from Obaid Aldosari. Huang said that he would have to leave for a while. It does not take a lot of time. Let her think that he went sailing on some fishing boat. Huang opened another can of beer. He asked Ye Rin not to worry about him and continue her studies. The girl admitted that she liked him this way more than the unemployed. She took Huan's arm. The guy was embarrassed. This confession was unexpected. Ye Rin asked him to come to her university entrance ceremony. Huang promised that he would definitely come. Huang visited the chairman in the hospital. He said that after the building collapsed, a rescue team pulled it out of the ground. 6 days have passed since then. The chairman was sad that he could not attend the funerals of the deceased employees. They remembered the fight that almost finished them off. Huang said that thanks to the bishop's power, he became stronger for a moment. And part of this power is still somewhere inside him. Huang asked the chairman to help him become a prophet. This should have been done before the next meeting with that creature. But the bishop was no longer there, and the chairman did not know the way to become a prophet. However, he knew a girl who might know something about it. She has lived for 10,000 years. It's time to get to work. Lilia persuaded him to rest a little more. The girl was worried. They almost lost him. He tried to convince her that he felt fine. Huang waited outside. He understood that he shouldn't have stopped these two from spending a little time together. The chairman revealed that Kang Suk-hee was an immortal who had lived in South Korea for 10,000 years. She played the role of balance, restoring harmony in the world if there was suddenly an imbalance. She was currently working with Lilia. Lilia Alexandrovna Podkopeva was a secret employee of the organization. Codename, Red Swan. The chairman asked if it was true that they got along from the very first meeting. This question angered Hwang and Lilia. This Hee-soo again babbled something unnecessary. They drove up to the house. At the entrance, Lily called out to Hwang. She asked why he came close to them again. After all, he almost died for real. Even if he managed to awaken a little power within himself, this does not mean that everything will work out now. If he thinks so, then it's better to leave now. Hwang replied that she looks pretty cute when she sits so calmly and doesn't show off. Hwang walked and thought that more than 20 people died at the hands of that scum. He couldn't give a damn about it and just leave. Gad promised to return for Hwang, so he had to be destroyed before he appeared again. They entered. A girl was sitting in the room playing a video game console. She was losing, and that's why she was nervous. She threw the joystick and it fell apart with a crash. The chairman said that he had come as agreed. Hwang was shocked. Is this really the same immortal Kang Suk-hee who has been maintaining balance in the world for 10,000 years? The girl tearfully asked the chairman to help her win the game, but the chairman replied that the joystick was broken, so it was unlikely to work. While the girl sobbed inconsolably, the chairman said that Hwang had a request for her. The girl suddenly grabbed Hwang's hand. Her face was already shining with joy. She said her name and started shaking his hand. She learned from Lily about his ability to be reborn 3 days after death. This amused her. Hwang was horrified by the girl herself, her behavior and her monstrous strength. It felt like his fingers were broken. The chairman said they needed her knowledge. Perhaps this has something to do with her immortal roots. He asked what she knew about the prophet. The girl became upset again. It seemed that a little more, and she would cry again. She knew nothing about the prophet. The girl grabbed Lilia's hand and pressed herself against her. Lilia pushed her away from her with irritation. Everything was useless. She also did not know about the abilities of the unkillable. She said that if some bishop there really stole this ability 600 years ago and disappeared, she would definitely know who the unkillable is. But this was the first time the girl had heard about all this. Hwatan asked if she knew anything about the black guy who attacked them. At that moment, the doorbell rang. And who did it bring at such an important moment? The chairman asked if she was waiting for someone. The girl happily pulled out a huge spear from somewhere. She said that the Blackwings clan had started dangerous games and were clearly getting into trouble. The door cracked open. Kang Suk-hee asked Hwang if he was ready to fight. Hwang was ready, as always. General Manager Won Mi-ho listened to complaints about the actions of the Committee for Natural Disaster Preparedness in Korea. There have been a series of dangerous incidents across the country, and the committee has received many complaints. The board of directors expressed doubts that such a world-famous organization is still under the control of the terrorist. However, statistics said that it was thanks to the actions of the chairman, the terrorist, that the frequency of natural and man-made disasters decreased by 70%. However, the CEO was ordered to transfer all classified information regarding the work of the Security Level D to Z Committee to South Korea. Meanwhile, the committee staff were preparing to meet the guests. The Immortal reported that recently, boys from high schools in the area began to lose consciousness, and none of them woke up after that. They were all 18 years old, they had the 4th blood group, and their zodiac sign was Aquarius. At the moment, only this house remains which fits all the criteria. It turns out that she snuck into someone else's house, played games there, and also broke the joystick. The door creaked and they saw a zombie. This creature was holding a device that looked like an old Polaroid. He was looking for his son. The danger came from the camera. There was something wrong with her. He couldn't be allowed to press the button. But they were late. There was a click, followed by a huge burst of energy. The energy wave miraculously did not hit any of them. The photograph was smoking. It turns out he killed guys with this thing. The zombie blurted out something about his son, who probably got involved with the bad guys. The chairman fired lightning bolts at him. But the wave was reflected from a protective barrier that did not allow electricity to pass through. It was as if the camera itself was erecting this barrier. Hwang remembered that black Aldasari guy had exactly the same protective barrier. Kang Suk-hee said that the Blackwing clan is a kind of virus that appeared due to the desires of living beings. The stronger the desire a person had, the stronger the virus and the carrier creature became. It was just clan fun, and this zombie is just their toy. The immortal cut the zombie into two halves. There was nothing inside the zombie, just emptiness. The two parts were reunited into one whole. The zombie fired again and hit Seok Hwan. The camera began to drain the life energy from the guy. Lilia tried to intervene, but the chairman stopped her. Something crackled inside the chamber, and there was an explosion. Hwang was shocked. Did he die and immediately come back? Kang Suk-hee realized that inside the guy there is a strong interweaving of life and death that the camera is not able to capture. As a result, an overload occurred and the camera broke. And the meeting to discuss security continued. The committee president tried to explain that the level of information is assessed by the committee depending on its importance. She recalled an incident that occurred a year ago when the head of a department and 10 high-ranking officials almost died on a cruise ship from an unknown infection. The Prime Minister thanked for the rescue. It was a level Z critical situation that almost paralyzed the entire political apparatus. The General Director objected. This incident was considered the lowest level D. From the committee's point of view, the status of whether one civilian or the president died was not important. These were the internal evaluation criteria. Kang Suk-hee ordered Hwan to concentrate. She was going to release his ability right now. Now he will show this zombie. The huge figure of the monster rose in front of them. This was the real creature that was hiding inside the chamber. And the zombie was just a shell. A fiery flash flared up in the monster's mouth. A powerful explosion shook the entire space around. The girl screamed that she couldn't be scared twice by the same trick. She had seen such an attack before. They managed to evade the attack, but the house, which was in the line of attack, was destroyed by the blast wave. Suk-hee ordered everyone to stand still. She and Hwan would handle it themselves. The guy doubted his abilities. The monster was huge. The girl invited him to imagine a punching bag instead of a monster and show all his skills. Hwang rushed to attack. The monster swung. A fiery flash flashed again, and a powerful blow to the body almost shook the soul out of Hwan. By some miracle, the guy managed to block the blow. Suk-hee was surprised by this battle tactic. Despite the fact that this was the guy's first time confronting an inhuman creature, he was quite skilled in combat. She noticed that Hwang's eyes changed color to red, and physical strength increased sharply. The girl attacked the monster again. Hwan didn't understand where there was so much strength in such a small body. The monster exhaled another wave, and the color of the space around them changed. The monster opened its mouth. A fiery flash began to flare up inside her again. It turns out that it was precisely with this attack that it absorbed children's souls. Suk-hee put all her strength into the spear strike, but the monster managed to dodge. The girl said that the Blackwings clan is very similar to demons who grow by feeding on the bad thoughts of people and extinguishing the fire of life in them. But life force in its pure form, without any obsessive desires, becomes poison for them and destroys them. The immortal asked if Hwang ever wondered where exactly he was during those 3 days after death before being resurrected. And why exactly 3 days? And what happens if more than 3 days pass? And why does he respawn in the same place every time? The girl suggested that in 4 days Hwang's body could actually die, so the power of the prophet which is in him automatically blocks death. And this means that such a powerful amount of life force sleeps inside him that even the chamber that absorbs souls could not stand it and broke. And if Hwang realizes his strength, which is similar in nature to hers, he will be able to do the same. He will be able to control the time and place of his rebirth and change them at will. Hwang remembered that after absorbing the power of Sohee Nuna during the fight with that black guy, he was able to control his ability. At that moment, he only thought that he had to win at all costs. And then something changed inside him. His will to win played a very important role, the will not to lose and to survive at any cost. Hwang understood how to act in order to awaken his ability. He gathered all his will and desire to win and put it into the blow. The power of the blow was so great that it crushed the monster's jaw. Well, as Suk-hee said, he hit the mark. The girl praised Hwang. She said it was her turn now. She was going to show the guy how to control his power. The chairman concluded that Suk-hee's ability is also related to the prophet. To begin with, you had to clench your fist tightly, and then direct your power, feel it bursting out of your body. The girl concentrated her power in her right hand. It was amazing. It seemed as if her blow had punched a hole in space itself. A powerful burst of energy tore the monster into pieces. One hit was enough for her to win. The zombie approached them. The chairman asked the zombie why he was holding a camera in his hands. He replied that he was looking for his son and then disappeared into thin air. They visited the school where the dead boys studied. Looking at the photo, the mother of the deceased child said that the day before the tragic event, her husband had a fight with her son and did not even support him at an archery competition. He couldn't even imagine that this was their last meeting. After the funeral, he brought this camera from somewhere and said that he had seen his dead son. She said that her son died a few weeks ago when the terrorist appeared in Gangnam. The guy was crushed by the rubble of a destroyed building. The chairman felt guilty for what happened. He understood that it was impossible to save everyone, that even at this moment, people are also dying somewhere. He once said that he could save everyone's life. Over the past 10 years, he realized how reckless and arrogant his words were. The girl said there was no point in blaming herself. Even the best doctors are not always able to save their patients. However, after such conversations, he felt responsible for the lives that were cut off prematurely. They returned to the office. The general director met them at the entrance. She told the chairman that she had a serious conversation about a meeting that had recently taken place. The meeting ended in a conflict, as a result of which the general director left the office early. She invited them to file a formal protest if they had any complaints about the work of the committee. She was told that as a result of a formal protest, she and Chief Kim would be fired. The speaker was unknown to her. It was someone new to the government. The man introduced himself. His name was Yu Chang-hyuk, and he was the new representative of the Hee-min party. Where did this Yu Chang-hyuk from Hee-min's party come from? How did this newcomer even dare to get involved in the management? Are there really so few highly qualified specialists in their country? The newcomer replied that she was no better. Being just the head of a small corporation, he occupies such a high position in the Disaster Preparedness Committee. She was informed that Representative Yu had been selected as the chairman of the Information Monitoring and Management Committee of the Disaster Preparedness Committee. It was very strange, making a newcomer the chairman of a subsidiary organization at the UN. I wonder who gave permission for this. Rep Yu said that all this time, the committee was using its autocratic status to condone the terrible terrorist attacks that were happening in Korea. And a month later, at the board of directors, she had to convey all the information about the terrorist. Otherwise, the question of her dismissal would be raised. The Information Monitoring and Management Council was the largest specialized UN apparatus that provided oversight to the Disaster Preparedness Committee. Hwan knew that that scum was alive and well. Looking at the recording, it was impossible to make a mistake. It was Aldosari who stood behind Yu Chang-hyuk at the meeting, and you can only catch him with the help of Veloja. They only had 1 month left to catch these freaks and reveal their true identities. When they left after the meeting, Aldosari asked whether it was worth exposing him to everyone. After all, now everyone will understand that they are acting together. Deputy Yu said that was exactly what he wanted. Previously, he thought that only the prophet could withstand the strength of the creatures from the Black Wings clan. However, if he himself is a member of a clan, the terrorist does not need his strength. They created a bomb that was filled with the power of creatures from the Black Wings clan. Now that they know that Aldosari is alive, they will create the weapon again. The assistant should take away this weapon, and when he awakens into a full-fledged member of the Black Wings clan, the time will come to fulfill the cherished desire of their Snow White cult. And the first thing he will do is repay that red-haired cretin. Aldosari gritted his teeth, holding back his rage. And when they meet again, he will devour him whole. Huang was informed that the Willogia project could not be recreated because it was very difficult to find samples of creatures from the Black Wings clan. The chairman promised to find a way within 2 weeks. Lilia looked after him sadly. He was going to put himself in danger again. The goals were set. While Chairman Min Jung-woo was looking for a way to solve the problem, they should all get busy too. Huang decided that he too would not stand aside. This matter had to do with the prophet, which means it also concerned him. In addition, he wanted to destroy as quickly as possible that guy with a skein of noodles on his head, Yu Chang-hyuk. They also now had a plan. They had a month to wipe out the Snow White cult. The chairman arrived at a secret facility. He understood why they told him there were no casualties, but the truth turned out to be bitter. There was a sign on the door, ID of a person who believes in his ability but failed the practical driving test twice. He entered the secret code and entered. On the next door, there was a sign. ID of the person who got drunk and eated penguin shit. This meeting was not going to be very friendly. The man who met him radiated undisguised anger. He was angry at the chairman for destroying his life's masterpiece. It was the director of the 42nd Laboratory of the Committee for Natural Disaster Preparedness, Kim Bong-chun. The chairman was indignant at the behavior of his old friend. Why did you write that on the door? After all, someone might see. The director of the laboratory sat in front of the screens and enthusiastically picked his nose. He asked if the terrorist meant penguin shit. Since he ate it with such appetite then, should he be embarrassed now? The chairman became furious. This arrogant guy allowed himself too much. It was really the first time he got drunk to the point of losing consciousness and therefore could not control himself. And he did all this not of his own free will. Kim Bong-chun was unperturbed. In the end, he specifically wrote this so that the terrorist would not come here anymore. The terrorist also failed his practical driving test twice. Was it worth trusting such a sports car? Min Jong-woo angrily reminded that more than 10 years have passed since then. In addition, he was a driver in the army. And anyway, why would Kim Bong-chun be so petty? Kim Bong-chun shouted for Villogia to be returned to him. This was the first time the laboratory staff had seen the director so angry. 20 of the most elite scientists worked in this place. They had the best knowledge in the world in physics, chemistry, and biotechnology. Before starting work in the laboratory, they all signed a contract for lifelong non-disclosure of secrets. For several years, they were all engaged in research with limited communication. The project that the scientists of 42 laboratories were engaged in was one, to find a way to defeat the Black Wings clan. And this project took several years. They didn't have anything. They had no information and too few samples. Kim Bong-chun took out all his anger on the chairman. Before creating a weapon, they went through thousands of hypotheses, one after another. And in the end, the terrorists destroyed everything. The chairman asked for forgiveness. He really felt sorry. They simply had no choice. The laboratory director asked what the chairman was going to do now. Min Jong-woo said that in 2 weeks he will create a new weapon. And this time Villogia will be in its completed form. Kim Bong-chun said that until they find a whole and unharmed member of the Black Wing clan, they will not get normal samples. The chairman said that they have the same sample. He had to do it. There was no other way. The laboratory director said that he always knew about this opportunity but was looking for others. Does the terrorist really want to die that much? The problem was that if Seok-hwan became the prophet, the members of the Snow White cult would come after him. These guys had to be stopped before Hwang awakened the prophet's power. The lab employee asked if it was true that the terrorist and the Disaster Preparedness Committee were allies. Previously, the duet of the terrorist and the Red Swan was known throughout Korea. It turns out that it was Kim Bong-chun who created the costumes and equipment for them. But now, there are protests all over the country due to the incidents in Gangnam and Cleve Tower. People are unhappy with the terrorist and the government's inaction. Was it worth helping the terrorist now? After all, during these 10 years that the employee has been working here, the world has not become calmer. The director decided it was time to show his colleague something. They went downstairs. The director built his extension, the construction of which was never fully completed. But this was only the appearance of an unfinished room. It was a secret place in the heart of the secret laboratory that few people knew about. It was because of this place that the laboratory was created. The terrorist said that he was ready. Kim Bong-chun said that the reason he helps the terrorist is because he is the only one who made it out of this abyss alive. After this, the study was closed for several years and the site became abandoned. About 10 years ago, thanks to an incident, they were able to learn something. The terrorist has a supernatural ability, thanks to which he can determine in advance the place where any misfortune will occur with the help of his violet eyes. The one who transferred this power to the Tornum was a member of the Black Wings clan. And now, the terrorist is going to meet him again! The situation in the office was heating up. Hee-soo tried to convince another journalist that Munt is a professional cleaning company and they do not have any information on maintaining public safety and about what happened in the Cleve Tower. The general manager tried to clean up all traces. He ordered the destruction of all documents that could connect them with the activities of the terrorist. The program Persecution was broadcast on all channels. 25 o'clock. They called the terrorist the most terrible criminal in the entire history of Korea, and tried to track him down. They tried to analyze all his cases, from the attack on a Korean department store 10 years ago to the incident in Cleve Tower. And at this time, the man whom everyone was accustomed to calling the terrorist once again risked his life to save the world. Standing on the edge of the abyss, he said goodbye to Bong Chun-hyung. He asked him to return alive, even if he couldn't get samples. The man jumped into the abyss. The lab director said they should get back to work. The only way they can help is to collect and combine all the data on the project. The chairman thought that practically nothing had changed in this terrible place in 10 years. This creature recognized him by the sounds of his steps. His worst enemy has returned. The terrorist reported that he again needed part of the creature's body. The monster said that she saw that world through him and knows that the terrorist wants to create a weapon that will kill their clan. He is so pathetic, this man, and always has been. Even this puny little man's ability was born from his power. The terrorist recalled an incident in Russia in the Sayan Mountains 32 years ago. Then, instead of killing this creature, he took it into himself. And only thanks to this, the monster did not disappear forever from this world. Min Jong-woo did not feel grateful for the transfer of the ability. If initially there were no such creatures in this world, then the Snow White cult would never have existed. The monster said that everything is inevitable. He saw the future of this world. The terrorist disappeared somewhere. These were the memories of the creature standing in front of him. The wreckage of a dead world, the future. The creature reported that everything was heading towards destruction, and the remaining people were killing each other. This is the future, which was determined thanks to the law of causality. The law of causality is the principle of cause and effect, which sets acceptable limits for the influence of events on each other. According to this law, certain causes give rise to corresponding consequences. The chairman was unpleasant that the monster took on his own appearance. The real body of the creature was sealed by the prophet. For several years in a row, this creature tempted him. Now he was given his last opportunity. He could make any wish he wanted, and the creature would fulfill it and then take over his body, and humanity will come to an end. Such creatures should not exist in this world. The man rushed at the monster. At that same second, some terrible insects covered his entire body, and on TV, they continued to play news about the terrorist. Someone was diligently trying to ruin his reputation. He was called a demon or angel of death. They tried to remember all the events that happened to the terrorist over the past 10 years. Department store crash, destruction of a large group of special forces at the Anyang station, the death of a stock market topper as a result of the terrorist attack at Jinmayung Tower, which subsequently led to a decline in the Korean stock index to 28%, an assassination attempt on the president during an attack at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hee-soo was outraged. Why don't they talk about the other thousands of lives saved? Journalists tried to present the terrorist as a criminal who threatens the destruction of all humanity. Lilia said that Terenim called his life a failure. For him, any situation in which at least one person could be injured was considered a failure. Kim Bong-chun himself could not understand the reason why he was helping the terrorist. He'll figure it out when it's all over. The creature wasn't going to kill him. After all, then she would have lost the opportunity to return to the world. But she could endlessly cause him unbearable pain and wait until his will breaks. The hell beetles dug into the body, stinging and biting. There was some noise from above. Something was rapidly falling down. It was an old dilapidated platform. She landed with a crash, almost falling apart. This distracted the monster and allowed the terrorist to dash forward. Min Jong-woo grabbed the creature by its remaining horn. You could talk about the end of the world as much as you like. But while the world was still alive, the terrorist will not surrender. No matter what this creature says, he won't stop. And if he does not give up part of himself, the terrorist will take it away by force. The monster was unperturbed. He said that everything that exists is just an illusion. In fact, the terrorist can't even get close to his real body. The platform began to rapidly move upward with a roar. They flew up at great speed, and the force of gravity crushed the man to the floor. The platform emerged from the abyss and soared into the sky. They looked down on a dead world, a world without hope of salvation. The creature recalled that the terrorist had the ability to predict misfortunes in advance and thereby avoid them. Moreover, he was given a body capable of rebirth. He could take on the appearance of other people and could teleport. These abilities will be a blessing and will help you survive the approaching disaster, something that will help save life in this hell. The terrorist did not believe in the reality of such a future. It was just an illusion. And if something like this happens, it will be solely through the fault of the Black Wings clan. What then is the meaning of all these abilities? The creature said that they had no benefit from exterminating humanity. After all, they are all born precisely thanks to the cherished desires of people. The man didn't believe him. Well then, let it fall down. And the earth gave way with a crash under the terrorist's feet, dragging him into the abyss. The platform collapsed, and its fragments fell onto the dead ground. The creature said he had no choice here. He can either obediently accept the creature into himself, or remain forever locked in this place. The man was falling down. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly, the creature received a blow to the head. Inexplicably, the man found himself back on the platform. Was this due to teleportation? How was this even possible? The terrorist said that the creature almost succeeded in deceiving him. But then he realized one important thing. Since the creature itself is the source of his power, he is able to use all his abilities here. And the reason why this demon requires him to desire is because there is a limitation. The person himself must give his consent. Otherwise, the creature cannot use its power. It was true. The demon could not invade the human world without fulfilling the person's desire. Otherwise, the source of the clan's power will lose its wings. Then the terrorist offered him a new agreement. He offered him the only possible conditions. The demon realized that he could not break the will of this man. No matter how worn out his soul was, his spirit was unshakable. With a crunch, he broke off his last horn. He gave a piece of himself to the person. The contract was concluded. The chairman appeared in the laboratory. Only 1 hour has passed since his disappearance. Now they could recreate Velogia. There will still be something left. The creature in the hellish abyss triumphed. Nothing. He will wait until the moment when a person's faith fails. Then everything in this world will turn upside down. Now they could make not only weapons, but also something else. Something with which you can go against both the clan of Black Wings and the prophets. They could make a new gas mask. Yu Chang-hyuk of the Haimin Party called a press conference. He talked a lot, but the point was the same. The Disaster Preparedness Committee is incompetent, and it is a lie that in 10 years they have not been able to catch the terrorist. He was reminded that since the committee's inception, the number of casualties and natural disasters has decreased significantly. Yu Chang-hyuk countered that with all this, the number of unsolved cases has increased, and unfavorable incidents are hidden. He called on the country to stop the outbreak of terror. It's time for citizens to take matters into their own hands. Reports with his participation were broadcast all over the news. Their conversation took place in a rather strange place. However, it was much safer than meeting in secret apartments. The conversation seemed to be Yu Chang-hyuk. The results of the investigation were mixed. He graduated from high school in Korea, then entered the Faculty of Politics in America, and after 2 years he returned to Korea and enlisted in the military. Nothing more was known about his further life. There were absolutely no records, as if this person had simply disappeared. The person reported that Yu Chang-hyuk is a political manipulator created by the National Intelligence Agency. He has worked in the Middle East. His responsibilities included monitoring and curbing arms smuggling. And 7 years ago, he suddenly disappeared in Saudi Arabia. Just recently, he unexpectedly showed up in Korea. At the same time, he has corruption data on politicians and the government. He knows everything about political and business circles, all the secrets. Thus, using blackmail, in just 1 year he was able to gain a place in He Ming's party. As for the goods she asked for, they will arrive secretly through the port and will arrive in a week. The man had to try very hard to get this thing. The video call is ended. The director was angry. No matter how hard these idiots try, they can't get the committee out of the way. A strange voice came from the next office. The speech was somewhat slurred. The director came in and saw Huang. The guy looked like he'd been run over by a truck. While Min Jong-woo tried to recover the weapon, Seok Hwan asked the girls to spar against him in order to awaken the prophet's ability. This was a temporary measure for the sake of revealing the original power while being on the verge of death. The girls happily beat the guy down. The result was obvious, or rather on the face. In addition, he also bit his tongue. Now one could only guess what he was trying to say there. At that moment, Hee-su's phone received a call. It was reported that someone deliberately blew up Seok Hwan's apartment. Huang became worried. Ye Rin was in danger. It was difficult to understand what exactly he was trying to say, but the girls guessed it. He was advised not to react to what happened. This was an attempt to trap him. After all, The biggest obstacle in the way of their enemies is his ability as a prophet. Those bastards could be after Ye Rin. Then Lilia offered to pick up the girl and transport her to a secret bunker where Min Jong-woo's father was located. Huang tried to say something else, but no one understood anything. Hisu assumed that Huan said she was sexy. Lilia asked him to die for a couple of days and rise again when his speech became more understandable. Otherwise, not a damn thing was clear from his verbal diarrhea. The boss said that she had a personal conversation with Huang. Training with girls is a good idea, but it requires patience. Is he ready to become a prophet? He came even faster than she thought. His tongue still hurt, but at least Huan could speak like a human being. Wan Mi Ho asked where he was resurrected all this time. And now that he is no longer at home, what will he do? Huang recalled that it also happened that he was reborn in other people's houses, most often where he last slept. The boss noticed that the clothes were probably the same as those worn at the time of death. The guy did not understand where he was being taken. And what kind of place was capable of awakening his power as a prophet? It looked like an emergency room. Wan Mi Ho said that it would be more accurate to call this room a shelter. It was considered the strongest place in this building. The girl asked for his hand and quickly snapped the bracelet onto it. Huang didn't even have time to react. While he was trying to figure out what exactly was going on, she quickly walked out and slammed the door behind her. Wan Mi Ho said that this is the fastest way to become a prophet. They could only communicate by voice. She recalled Suk Hee's words that the most important thing is his will. Wan Mi Ho suggested imagining that there is a bomb on his body that will explode in 5 minutes. And what will happen if after 4 minutes and 50 seconds someone manages to kill him earlier? And what would happen if this bomb had the function of killing him in the 4th minute and 50th of a second, for example, by electric shock? Huang was indignant. Is that thing on his wrist designed so that if he revives, he'll get smashed by a bomb 10 seconds later? Has she gone completely crazy? Ye Rin was in danger, and he would only be resurrected in 3 days. What if there are people at the site of his revival? The boss said that he would have to use his will. If he manages to overcome the limitations of his revival and return to life immediately, and not after 3 days, then they will receive a new weapon that only the prophet can possess. A bomb that will explode an infinite number of times. After all, otherwise there is no point in becoming a prophet if there is no worthy use for his abilities. Huan thought that he should have said so right away. What kind of character do these women on the committee have? Wan Mi Ho said that he shouldn't worry about his girlfriend. The main thing is to survive and return immediately, and Ye Rin had someone to look after. Cha Ye Rin was very surprised to see the girls from the Disaster Preparedness Committee. They reported that Huang was working with them, and he asked for her protection. They said that Munt, under the guise of a cleaning company, was involved in the affairs of the committee. The girl remembered the man with whom she once had dinner. He then introduced himself as the head of the cleaning company Munt and an old friend of Huang. On the way to the office, the girl said that she guessed that Huang got involved in something dangerous. They were being followed. Deputy Yu gave the order to Aldasari to begin the operation. The light turned off. They realized that something had gone wrong. There wasn't a single car around. Huang's bracelet showed 13 seconds before the bomb exploded. He was going to quickly finish here and take Ye Rin himself. Their enemy was standing on the road. He was confident of his victory. Aldasari used his ability, and tongues of darkness pierced the entire space around. The girls continued to break through the darkness. Suddenly, the entire space was illuminated with a bright light. The man in black saw a girl with a spear. She jumped onto the roof of the car. Her eyes sparkled with different colors. He realized who it was. He knew that the queens were very dangerous. He was told that Kang Suk Hee maintains balance in the world thanks to his ability to immortalize. She caused them a lot of problems. There were rumors that she too had received the power of the prophet. When he was pursuing the bishop, he was told that of the prophets, only the unkillable one remained. He will have to send them all to the next world. Lilia said that she would drive. Hisu couldn't imagine how they could change. But Lilia resolved the issue. Kang Suk Hee was worried about the lunch she had recently eaten. Somehow, it all happened at the wrong time. She cut daggers from the darkness, but they grew again. This rat had to be crushed immediately. Lilia shouted that he had the ability to divide his body. Then she will have to remember her youth, her spear filled with power. Aldasari also used the ability and transformed. Huang recalled his conversation with Kang Suk Hee. The girl said that there is no need to complicate things. His body was already accustomed to using the prophet's capabilities. ability to change eye color red is called nirvana. Huang said that this happens to him when he is angry and has no control over himself. She said that the desire to live is an instinct. It is not controlled by the mind. Beyond life and death, they can become whatever they want. There's nothing complicated about it. There is no need to look for some meaning in life. You just need to enjoy the moment. His eyes changed color. There were still 2 seconds left. Explosion! One Miho heard the sound of an explosion. If Huang had failed, the bomb would have exploded only after 3 days. The door creaked. Huang fell out of the bunker and asked for a cigarette. They rushed at great speed, cutting through the darkness with fiery light. The car shook from side to side. The wheels whistled, striking sparks from the asphalt. The girls squeezed into their seats and closed their eyes in fear. Lilia, gritting her teeth, tried to keep the car on the track. Henchman made a movement with his hand, and tendrils of darkness rose from the asphalt, pushing the car onto the edge of the road. The car lost control and, breaking the curb, began to fall down the cliff. The immortal understood that she would have to gather all her strength again. She lunged forward, concentrated energy in her hand, and stopped the car from falling. She was very angry. Miraculously, no one was hurt. This creature will pay for everything. The girls couldn't believe they were still alive. The cult adherent was shocked. Even with such a strong light, when his strength was at its peak, Kang Suk-hee did not even think about giving up. Huang was told about queens. They were the main force for the destruction of the Snow White cult. Kang Suk-hee was immortal and had great physical abilities. She could use the witchcraft techniques of special sex. Lilia is her partner. In the past, she was the terrorist's partner. And before that, she had a formidable reputation as a member of a large mafia organization in Russia. In this world, there were vampires, clones, and many creatures with different superpowers. Therefore, they needed those who could enter into confrontation with them. Be that as it may, Huang understood a little about the principles of using his abilities. At this moment, an alarm sounded. Someone was chasing a car with girls. Huang realized that his enemy had appeared. They tried to get rid of persecution. The car tried to get ahead. The immortal really wanted to get out again and fight Aldosari. But while she was in the car, this creature could not get there. And then the girls noticed Huang, who was rushing to their aid. The fire of nirvana burned in his eyes. They rushed towards each other, and this meeting was clearly long awaited. These two have been looking for an opportunity to finish each other off for a long time. Huang delivered blows that were monstrous in their strength and speed. If an ordinary person had been in Aldosari's place, he would have died long ago. Huang used his abilities. His tactics worked. This bastard was hunting Ye Rin, and in this way tried to get to Huang. Now he lost confidence, not understanding how to fight a man who was immediately reborn. One Miho sent help. She knew that the enemy's weak point was light. Road lighting and car headlights illuminated the entire highway. They blocked the route and illuminated every millimeter of the road, preventing the monster from using its abilities. Aldosari escaped. He urgently needed to find a dark place. Huang couldn't let him escape. The guy ran after. They found themselves in the forest, where light bulbs with flashing lights could not get into. Aldosari had to finish off this boy who almost became a prophet. The creature began to transform. Huang realized that it was dark all around. The chairman learned that Aldosari and Huang had met again. This was very dangerous because Vilogia is not ready yet, although today was a full moon, and Suk-hee could cause big trouble for the enemy. The laboratory director handed him a suitcase. There was a copy of the mask he had once used. The terrorist thanked Bong Chun. It was a valuable gift. Huang realized that the situation had changed dramatically. Aldosari snapped his fingers, and darkness burst out from the ground in sharp peaks. They pierced through Huang, causing terrible pain. Henchmen suggested that Huang surrender. He didn't even have a chance to reach him. If you don't let a person die, he'll just hang around like a bug on a pin. Aldosari threatened Huang that he would tear out his eyes, nose, and tongue and make him writhe in hellish torment forever. The trap worked. Huang communicated to the boss that it was time to press the button. One Miho already thought that she wouldn't wait. A bracelet with a bomb was fastened to his leg. It's time to put their weapons to the test. The boss pressed the button and there was an explosion. He learned to control his ability. The revival was immediate. The fire scattered the wedges of darkness that held Huang in place. Aldosari could not believe that this abnormal person had a bomb on his body. The fiery element swirled around Huang like a whirlwind. The fire moved towards Aldosari, his body barely able to recover in time for the next blow. Huang said that, like in any fighting game, they had a game-over moment when the main creature had to die. Aldosari burned down over and over again. For some reason, the fire did not harm Huang himself. Aldosari gathered all his strength, and everything around was plunged into darkness and fog. It seemed like there would be no end to this confrontation. The villain cut the guy with blades of darkness and he died, only to return immediately. At some point, Huang threw Aldosari back onto the track under the spotlight with a powerful blow. But the creature was still strong. More rays of darkness cut through Huang's body. This time the guy for some reason could not return. A sound attracted the attention of the cult minion. It was the earpiece that Huang lost during the fight. The boss was worried and tried to shout to the guy. While Aldosari was trying to figure out what this sound was and where it was coming from, a spear of light came from his throat. The immortal returned to finish the battle. His business began to fall apart. This was final death. All that was left of the creature were dark clots and blots. One Miho received a message that something was wrong with Cha Ye-rin. The girl could not breathe normally. They urgently needed to go to the hospital. Yu Chang-hyuk's machinations were involved. Deputy Yu was triumphant. He achieved what he wanted. He realized that the ability of the reborn had a limit. It turned out to come back 10 times. This was priceless information. Saudi Arabia 7 years ago. An unknown person entered the secret base and killed all the guards. He acted quickly and harshly, leaving no chance for resistance. He gained access to a secret bunker. It was a hellish abyss where Blackwing was locked. The man was a former secret agent of the National Intelligence Service, Yu Chang-hyuk. Ye-rin did not come to her senses. At first, doctors thought it was a neurotoxin. However, as a result of the examination, tetrodotoxin from fugu fish, which paralyzes the nervous system, zolpidem, a strong sleeping pill, and even trazodone, an antidepressant, were also found in the patient's body. One Miho called the whole team for a meeting. She reported that last night a member of the Black Wings clan, Obaid Aldosari, was killed. At the same time, Huang also disappeared, and it was not clear whether he would resurrect in 3 days or not. She said that after scanning the databases, a match was found with a photograph taken in 1994 at the archaeological site of Marinsali, which depicts a tourist with the same appearance and name. A month later, he was found frozen to death in the desert. A Korean MP3 produced in 2002 was found on him. It was strange. How could a player produced in 2002 appear in a photo from 1994? Suk-hee understood what was going on. She recalled another incident when a few days ago an old camera ended up in the hands of a monster. Now everyone has guessed it. Everyone except the chairman. It turns out that at the moment, there was another black-winged one in South Korea. Only without wings. He received punishment while in exile. The terrorist did not understand why it was necessary to hide such important information from him. This project was led by Suk-hee, and the queens were in charge of it. The girls tried to justify themselves. They didn't talk because they didn't want to put another burden on him. One Miho said that the poison with which the girl was poisoned is similar in its effect to beta blockers, under the influence of which breathing problems, disturbances in the rhythm of the pulse and blood circulation occur. This poison was studied in the past in Saudi Arabia, in a laboratory led by Min Jong-woo's father, Min Seok-young. We had to take the girl and urgently go to the Seongnam area bomb shelter. Min Seok-young can deal with the antidote much faster. And On Mi-ho was going to search for the person who created the poison. They rode to the bomb shelter in an ambulance and wondered where Huang could have gone. It is unlikely that Yu Chang-hyuk is involved in this. The terrorist said that Huang killed his only friend, and he should hate him. But the truth is that this world still needs heroes like Huang. The immortal burst into the store, shattering the glass door. If this wingless bastard has anything to do with what happened in Seoul yesterday, he will be very sorry. They told him to hide in a corner and sit quietly. The creature pretended that he did not understand what he was talking about. But Suk-hee will have to pay for the broken door. It was the owner of the electronics store, Yak from the Black Wings clan. The shelves were filled with retro equipment. The last time they met, she also pointed a spear at him. It would have been strange if they had greeted each other more affectionately. Barely restraining her anger, she asked the question, "Did he create Aldosari?" Yak said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Suk-hee cursed and threatened. She didn't trust this guy one bit. The creature began to lose patience. Such tactlessness began to drive him crazy. She shoved a photo of a tourist with an MP3 he sold in 1994 under his nose. Yak did not deny the sale of the player. Was it really after he was expelled from the clan that he began collecting human souls through an electronic device? Because of the camera that Yak recently sold, the soul of an innocent man was captured. Yak admitted that he actually sold the MP3 player in 1994, but after that the device was lost. He could track all the items sold, no matter where they ended up, even in another dimension. It is impossible for members of their clan to truly be born in this world. The mental body, feeding on human desires, simply cannot penetrate this world. Most likely, Blackwing, who died yesterday, was born in another world through a medium that contained human desires. In the past, Yak and his younger sister almost died after being betrayed by people. He had no way to use his power. As payment, he was expelled from the clan, and his sister still suffers, imprisoned in the hellish abyss. This device was the key that could open the door to the hell dimension, but it was still under development. Yak could not get into that space. It turns out there are other spaces? The immortal knew nothing about this. The creature said that 10,000 years ago, one of their clan members fell to earth to hide from the prophet. This place was in Saudi Arabia. However, he ended up being sealed forever in a space where only the prophet can enter. That black wing turned out to be the root cause of everything that happened. The ambulance reached the shelter. The chairman had not seen his father for a long time. Min Seok-young was a representative of the advisory group of the Committee on Natural Disaster Preparedness, a member of the Russian Mafia Brotherhood, and the leader of the Min Seok-young community. The girl was urgently taken to the third room and data was taken for a blood test. They were located in a nuclear research laboratory, which was a classified organization in Korea. Min Seok-young said that there is no need to worry about the girl. The antidote will be produced as soon as possible. The man was happy for his former partners. It had been a while since he had seen them together. He noticed that Lilia had not aged a bit. The girl joked in response that her bones ache terribly when the weather changes. Maybe he'll put in a good word for her in front of Miso so that she'll be sent into retirement? Min Seok-young himself was not averse to retiring. The girl continued to play the comedy. She said that at her age she often needs to go to the toilet and left. She understood that these two had something to talk about in private. Father said that he heard from Bong Chun that Young Woo personally met with that demon to complete the Willogia project. He, like his son, devoted his entire life to studying and containing these creatures. He understood that the demon would never let his son go just like that. There was only one question. What deal did John Woo make? The next day, Ye Rin felt much better. Pulse and temperature returned to normal. Soon the girl should have regained consciousness. Jong Woo thanked his father. It was thanks to him that the girl survived. The father said that the poison that Ye Rin was poisoned with was developed in a secret laboratory in Saudi Arabia. Then, many years ago, he destroyed all the materials and fled. Until now, he thought that such poison no longer existed in this world. However, several years ago, an intruder entered the closed laboratory. He killed 8 people guarding a closed laboratory and then disappeared. Jong Woo suggested that it was most likely Yu Chang-hyuk. Perhaps he too went down into the pit and met the demon. Someone found out in Min Jong-woo terrorist and ordered to report to his superiors. His reaction was immediate. A second and the glove was activated. The unknown people lost consciousness. He had heard that this hideout used to be a place called Dasum, where people from political and business circles did all sorts of nasty things. According to the information received from Mi Ho, Yu Chang-hyuk was here all this time. Someone was listening to them. He stood behind some door. The terrorist only needed 2 blows to knock out the unknown man with the pistol. He knocked down the door with 1 blow. Jong Woo discovered a passage to the basement. The basement led him into some room. He opened the door, which looked too expensive for such a place. The office looked like a presidential suite in an expensive hotel. From here we could see all the entrances and exits. Did Yu Chang-hyuk find out that the terrorist would find his hideout and run away? A blond man appeared on the laptop. He chuckled at the terrorist. At this moment he was far from this place. Someone was about to be thrown out of the plane. One Mi Ho had no intention of feeling sorry for anyone. She was going to be fired anyway. And so at least he'll have some fun at the end. She had long suspected that members of the so-called Elite Association, created so that the government could unofficially contact the Disaster Preparedness Committee, had actually teamed up with the Snow White cult and were trying in every possible way to interfere. She offered them 2 options. Tell the whole truth or take the last flight from an altitude of 3,000 feet. They began to hear threats. She said she wouldn't mind chatting, but how long could they last standing there without seatbelts? They quickly broke. She demanded information that Yu Chang-hyuk had, and also the name of his informant. At this time, Yu Chang-hyuk continued to broadcast from the screen. He said that all this time, he carefully studied the terrorist. Those called the deceased have long worshipped the Black Wings clan. The clan initially played the role of an oracle. However, for several hundred years there was no accurate prediction, so the clan was divided into parts. Among the adherents, there were those who began to interpret the prophets in a new way. The terrorist was the closest thing to their faith, the one who saw the future and was ready to do anything to save people. Just like the Snow White cult, who wants to paint the world white. Their committee is the same pseudo-religion that promotes world peace and believes that peace will one day reign in the world. He said that in Seoul, 300 bombs were installed in Gwanghwa Square. Yu Chang-hyuk said that he should not interfere, because in the end, they have the same destination. A car crashed into his car and blocked the road. Finally! Otherwise, the terrorist is already tired of this whole dark theory of idealism. While Yu Chang-hyuk was trying to recover from the collision, the terrorist shared information that the entire area around their house was under wiretapping. And even if the terrorist fails and misses Yu, he has reliable assistance. The commander of the 1st Special Forces Detachment of the Natural Disaster Preparedness Committee, Jang Duk-man, was gladly ready to grind the enemy into powder. Yu Chang-hyuk doesn't have long to wait. The terrorist will definitely come. The commander of the 1st Special Forces Detachment, Jang Duk-man, discovered the target and reported its location. He warned his guys that Yu Chang-hyuk is very dangerous and may have some kind of superpower. If it is not possible to take him alive, lethal fire should be used. Yu Chang-hyuk knew that this man was a real beast who had been in service for 30 years. He was politely asked to get out of the car. His guards were also elite fighters. Just a couple of shots, and except for Deputy Yu, there were only corpses left in the car. This was the last warning. One more trick and the guys will start shooting. The commander was indeed not bad for an ordinary person. But Yu Chang-hyuk has long ceased to be human. He used the ability, and a force wave knocked people off their feet. Taking advantage of the hitch, Yu Chang-hyuk took the wheel and hit the gas. The car was fired at from all sides, but the car was armored, so it broke through. The commander hit the rear wheel, and the car began to skid along the asphalt. Now he won't go far. The commander reported that Alpha Group was pursuing Yu Chang-hyuk along the Gangbyong-buk Expressway, and the terrorists should hurry up. The enemy did not even think of giving up. He jumped onto the roof of a nearby car. It felt like a challenge. Jang Duk-man was already over 50, but was still in great shape. He ordered the driver to move the car closer and also jumped onto the roof. Despite his wealth of experience, he had never had to fight on the roof of a car. Jang Duk-man had enormous strength and excellent reaction. His blows hit the target, but he was only a man. Yu Chang-hyuk used his ability, and a force wave swept the commander off the roof of the car. A flight at such a speed could result in death or severe injury. Suddenly, some strong hand grabbed Jang Duk-man's hand right in the air. The terrorist arrived in time. He threw the commander into the back seat of the motorcycle. The one-eyed commander was saved at the very last second. Yu Chang-hyuk was ready. The terrorist will not leave alive. Jong-woo remembered his last conversation with the immortal. She said that in the past, Yu Chang-hyuk also met with Blackwing in Saudi Arabia. He created a new clan member there, and there is a high probability that he got his superpower from the same demon who gave Min Jong-woo his power. Yu Chang-hyuk has something from his left shoulder to his lower back. The terrorist was ready to fight. After all, such freaks are his specialty. Min Jong-woo looped the power into an energy circuit and sent a lightning bolt through it. The blow was very powerful. The enemy, flying through the ring, crushed the protective barrier and flew off the track. But it didn't hurt him much. Unlike Aldosari, his attacks were not visible in purple. Yu Chang-hyuk's ability was closest in nature to telekinesis. He could attract and repel various objects, but the impact distance was not too great. Terrorism also encountered more powerful telekinetic capabilities. Most likely, the enemy had something else in stock, and the terrorist was not mistaken. I wonder what this bastard paid the demon for his power. The demon never did anything just like that. Yu Chang-hyuk remembered the time when he was still a young adept and thought that the phrase, "paint the world white," did not mean eradication, but the salvation of humanity. Then the bishop helped him realize the truth. She said that if the prophet remains on the day of Advent, everything will be useless. She said there was no need to wait for the day of Advent. All you have to do is conquer the world with the help of the prophet's power. And now he was ready to paint the world white with his own hands. The commander received a message that a special forces group was heading to Yongsan County. He didn't understand why they were going there, because they should have been chasing Yu Chang-hyuk's car. And if he himself is here now, who then drives the car in which only corpses remain? It turns out that there was one more accomplice who controlled the car using a remote control. He informed Young-woo that Yu Chang-hyuk is just a trap and the real target is his car. Someone is controlling it from a long distance and leading it to Yongsan County. Why Yongsan? Jung-woo remembered that Suk-hee said that in the past, Yu Chang-hyuk created a new clan member in Saudi Arabia. The immortal reported that she was now in Itaewon. The guest did not please the terrorist. Blonde tried to escape. The girl controlled the car remotely. She was Yu Chang-hyuk's secret accomplice. All that remains is to call Lily to find out where she is now. And Lilia answered. Yu Chang-hyuk sacrificed Aldosari too easily. This means that he still knows a way to create other Blackwings. He called Suk-hee. The girl was in Itaewon, Yongsan County. He warned the girl that Yu Chang-hyuk was heading towards them. If he knows a way to create Blackwings, he will most likely want to meet Yak. There is probably some kind of device there that Aldosari could have created, a device containing human souls. Suk-hee replied that if this is the case, there will be big problems. Yak has been collecting these souls for 100 years, and at the moment, there are about 10,000 of them. Was this really Yu Chang-hyuk's true goal? If he creates 10,000 Blackwings, then all of humanity may be on the brink of death. Min Jung-woo reported Yu Chang-hyuk, Lily, and Jung Duk-man's likely plans. They should have gone to Itaewon urgently. Yak understood from their conversation that the man was targeting the souls he had collected. Suk-hee suggested that they destroy everything there before the uninvited guest arrived, but Yak saw no reason to worry. Lilia called Hee-soo and asked to contact W on Mi-ho. They might need help. She said that the application was serious and that emergency alert mode should be activated. So they all go to Itaewon. Suk-hee traced the call. So they sent Yarin to Seongnam. They met Yu Chang-hyuk right at the entrance. Yak said that he doesn't feel Yu Chang-hyuk is part of the clan. It was strange. At that moment, the terrorist appeared. The plan has entered its final phase. TV reporters reported that they had received an urgent request for an interview from MP Yu Chang-hyuk. He was going to tell the whole country how the terrorist and the Disaster Preparedness Committee would kill him. Won Mi-ho requested X-files on the Prime Minister, the Minister of Science and Technology, and most of the deputies from Hai-min's party. After that, she ordered that these files be checked for consistency with those that Yu Chang-hyuk had. 100% coincidence! She should have seen this coming. Won Mi-ho ordered the system to connect her with the terrorist, and also check the location of all MUNT employees and report those whose actions look suspicious. The system reported that the terrorist's location had been disclosed to an unknown number of people. An image appeared on the screen. Deputy Yu reported that these words were his last testament before his death. He reported to the entire country that the Disaster Preparedness Committee had colluded with the terrorist. Yu Chang-hyuk continued to broadcast files. He said that the committee was hiding a secret weapon in an electronics store in Itaewon. And the people blocking his path are the terrorist, along with the head of the Special Forces Detachment from the Committee for Preparedness for Natural Disasters, national hero Jung Duk-man. Jong-woo couldn't believe it. Was the true goal not to revive the Black Wings clan, but to file a lawsuit against the committee? To some extent, people understood that the terrorist could be caught, but for some reason they did not. And it is thanks to Yu Chang-hyuk's sacrifice that the people will finally learn about this truth. He said that the terrorist played the role of a cleaner who worked for the committee and got rid of clutter and unnecessary people. The general manager ran to the car and collided with Hee-soo. He said that there was an order from General Manager Won Mi-ho for everyone to go to Itaewon. Their Mr. Chairman is in deep shit again. Yu Chang-hyuk was about to reveal the terrorist's true name. One powerful blow interrupted his performance. The motorcycle crashed into the trunk with a whistle, lifting the camera underneath it. Lilia made it on time. She wasn't going to listen to this nonsense anymore. The terrorist asked if this was the whole plan. Even if his identity was revealed, he was not going to cower in a corner in fear for his life. Yu Chang-hyuk laughed at them. He got what he wanted again. The call from Mi-sho became the missing link in the chain of events. She said that Yu Chang-hyuk was just a distraction to get them all in one place. We had to urgently go to the Seongnam area. She said that Cha Hee-soo is Yu Chang-hyuk's assistant. The general manager couldn't figure out where they were going. Shouldn't you have gone through Yongsan? Hee-soo suddenly began to say that she deeply respects him for his achievements and sympathizes with the loss of his son. To some extent, they are similar in many ways, so no one suspected the girl. What kind of nonsense is she talking about? All this time she tried to tolerate them. How brainless everyone around them was. She held a knife to the general manager's throat. The terrorist rushed at full speed, but realized that he could not make it. If Hee-soo is a traitor, he couldn't help but know it. His ability should have told him. Won Mi-ho pointed out another oddity. Did he look at him with violet eyes during the fight with Yu Chang-hyuk? The explosion demolished the wall of the shelter. Why didn't the alarm go off? Hee-soo has been waiting for this day for so long. Ye-rin opened her eyes. She didn't recognize this place. And why is Seok-hwan lying next to her? Hwang himself could not answer this question. Ye-rin blushed with embarrassment. How did Seok-hwan Appa end up in her bed? The guy said it was all some kind of misunderstanding. Someone put it there too. The girl did not believe him. She had just come to her senses and did not understand where she ended up. I had to find out what this place was. Has it really been 3 days since the battle with Aldosari? The strange thing was that he was reborn in a completely unfamiliar place. Judging by the fact that Ye-rin was okay, this place was most likely safe. But at that moment, the sound of explosions was heard somewhere outside. Hee-soo said it took her 9 years to find him. She turned on some device. Some energy turbulence arose and the light went out. The magnetic bomb he invented decades ago. He was attacked by his own weapon. She tried to attack him, but the shield went off. Hee-soo heard that this person is independently developing alien technology. At that moment, he recognized her. Is this really the girl? The terrorist told Won Mi-ho that it was Hee-soo who conveyed all the secret information to Deputy Yu. She was the traitor. The timing also coincided. It was 7 years ago, when Yu Chang-hyuk disappeared, that she appeared in their company. She said that her parents died because of the Snow White cult. She asked to teach her. It was unthinkable. After all, he himself carefully checked all the employees. It was certain that her parents died in the church at the hands of the Snow White cult. And then he remembered. There really was one church, like an offshoot of a cult. The bishop looked there once, but that church was so weak that it was left in the records as an ordinary church. There are no other entries left. Yes, that man destroyed the Snow White cult completely and never left anything behind. That church was liquidated by the association of Min Seok-young, his father. Min Seok-young asked if she was the girl who survived from that church. He thought she died with everyone else in the fire. She clutched the bodies of her parents, burned beyond recognition. She constantly thought about how to take revenge on him, how to make it suffer the most. His life's goal was to destroy the Black Wings clan. Then she realized how best to take revenge. Turn Min Seok-young himself into a member of the clan he hates so much. She raised her hand and everything around began to move. This girl had enormous power to destroy everything around her, so she also had the ability. That's how she got here. What she didn't expect was Seok-hwan's appearance. One of the fleeing people managed to tell Hwan something about his colleague Hee-soo. He has not yet fully figured out who all these people are. And who is this man in a wheelchair, enemy or ally? Min Seok-young said that this is his laboratory, and that this girl broke in while Cha Ye-rin was being treated. Ye-rin appeared and confirmed his words. She remembered the day she lost consciousness. It was Hee-soo who injected her with something through a syringe, and she fainted immediately afterwards. Hee-soo tried to deny everything. She said that Ye-rin was in shock and doesn't quite remember what happened. She tried to pretend to be an innocent victim. But Hwang was not ready to listen to her. Hee-soo realized that it was useless to pretend. This idiot. Why did he appear now? They have been waiting for this moment for so long. Then on the threshold of the hellish abyss, Yu Cha-hyuk was not alone. They were going to go there and gain the power that would make it impossible for the terrorists to anticipate their moves. They went against everyone, even against the foundations of the cult. But the cult was not important to her. She wanted revenge. The terrorist was almost there, but could not enter yet because someone had detonated an electromagnetic bomb. Hwang began to attack. Imagine his surprise when Hee-soo literally blew up the earth. He realized that she also had the ability, and that her main goal is that man. Anger boiled inside him. He believed her. She was so sincere when she offered him friendship. Was it all a lie? The girl said she didn't lie. But the truth can be different, depending on which side you look at it from. She was always sick of Min Jong-woo's justice. How did the system he spoke of define evil? If someone believed in the wrong religion, did that mean they deserved to be burned alive in a fire? She had a hand like a monster. Was this the source of her ability? Min Seok-young said it was time to leave. Ye-rin was very worried about Hwan. Hwan grabbed Hee-soo by the throat and told her to surrender. She said that Ye-rin had a bomb in her body. She said goodbye to him and threw a grenade. She had no personal grudge against him. This is how life turned out. Could things have turned out differently if she had a stronger will and could have forgotten everything? Now she will die and meet her parents. She fulfilled the contract. The grenade exploded. Hwang was resurrected a few seconds later. Something was dangling from his hand. Monster hand? The first rule, he was reborn in a place he considered safe. The second rule, an inanimate object that touched the body, such as his clothing, moved with it. Well done, Hee-soo! Now the demon was ready to fulfill her wish. The demon's hand lit up with fiery light, and clots of darkness surrounded Min Seok-yeon. Ah! Now he understood the whole idea. This damn demon has it all figured out. Darkness penetrated into him, making irreversible transformations. He heard the voice of the hellish creature in his head. Several decades had passed since their last conversation, and the demon couldn't wait to see his worst enemy as one of them. Min Seok-young told Hwan that he was infected. Hwang tried to think of something, but it was too late. The hellish infection penetrated deeper and deeper with every second. There was almost no time left. Everyone could have died. Min Seok-young asked Seok-hwan to remember his words. The terrorist tried to get through the barrier. He realized that he was late. He ran in just as Hwang was killing his father. Min Jung-woo couldn't believe his eyes. His own father looked like a creature from the Black Wings clan. Seok-hwan's blow disrupted something in the transformation process, and his father's body began to disintegrate. Ye-rin realized that the director of the laboratory was the father of the same terrorist who was reported on all the news. Hwan remembered that at dinner, Jung-woo told him that he had a father. The demon was triumphant. It seems that the unkillable has finally realized his strength, since he can kill with one blow. He calculated everything, even the moment the terrorist appeared when his father died right before his eyes. All this time, the demon watched as this man's faith was destroyed, but he couldn't wait any longer. It's time for Jung-woo to accept it. Hwang tried to explain the situation. He said that Hee-soo wanted to turn his father into a member of the Black Wing clan. The terrorist asked if Hwang knew that this man was his father. Was there at least one way to do things differently? Then the man asked to remember his words. He said that when Hwan finds his son, he should tell him that Min Seok-yeon is grateful to him for being his child. Unfortunately, they had no other choice. The terrorist said that all this time he worked like hell, despite the insults and criticism of other people. The reason for his dedication was because there was a person who believed in him. And he can't control himself now. The terrorist activated the lightning and hit Hwang in the jaw with all his might. And then Ye-rin realized that Jung-woo's appa was hiding under the mask of a terrorist, voice and hair. He replied that now he is just a terrorist. Lightning sparkled, heating up the space around. Suk-hee and the Special Forces commander guarded Deputy Yu. Reporters surrounded the truck. They were waiting for a sensation. From the camera flashes, it became as bright as day. When lightning struck the truck, Suk-hee realized something was wrong. In front of everyone, terrorist grabbed the deputy by the throat. Yoo Chang-hyuk realized that terrorist's father was dead, and they finally succeeded. Now, he will become as fallen as they are. He was not afraid of death. He told the people to run and tell the whole truth to others. Tell them how a deceitful organization destroyed their country. These were Yoo Chang-hyuk's last words before his head was torn off. The terrorist should have finished off every single one from the very beginning. It's okay. It's not too late to correct the mistake. Hwang did not regret what he had done, but felt responsible for what happened. Now his task is to stop the terrorist. People ran away in panic. His colleagues did not understand what had happened to him. Why did he kill the one they had worked so hard to catch? His plan just changed. He believed people and did not divide their actions into good and evil. He thought that as long as a person is alive, he has a chance to change someday. But that's not true. They should have paid for their crimes a long time ago. And he knew where to find those who should have been sent to the next world long ago, in a special isolation ward of the committee. Hwang stopped a taxi. He asked the driver for his phone. In return, he promised to pay 10 times the cost of the trip. Ultimately, the money will come from the Disaster Preparedness Committee's budget. Won Miho fled to the detention center with the guards. At that moment, Huang called her. He reported the death of Dr. Min Seok-young. It was a great tragedy for everyone. The laboratory director was sobbing uncontrollably. They have come such a long way with Uncle Min Seok-young, it was impossible to leave them so early. Lilia learned terrible news from Master Baek-muk-ho from the Min Seok-young Association. This couldn't happen. The master asked where Seok-hwan was now. The terrorist entered the detention center, where the most dangerous criminals associated with the Snow White cult were kept. He scattered the guards. He no longer cared about other people's health. He opened all the locks on the detention cells. The criminals began to emerge into the corridor. They didn't understand what exactly was happening, but the situation clearly amused them. The terrorist walked along the corridor towards a crowd of prisoners. The first he came across was a henchman of the Snow White cult, who set 2 arson attacks and killed 3 people. His name was Yong-jong-ho, and he died first. The terrorist knew them all by name. How many people died as a result of each of them? Most of them he himself caught and brought here, in the hope that they would repent and change. But there was no more forgiveness for them. He listed their atrocities and killed one by one. The criminals began to run away in panic, but that didn't help them. The last he killed was Deacon Goyla, responsible for 17 cases of terror around the world and complicity in the murder of 180 people. It was the bloody judgment. The man who dispensed justice no longer knew either pity or mercy. Some pathetic reporter tried to slip Suk-hee a phone with a voice recorder and, stuttering with fear, asked to explain what was happening. The journalist did not understand what had happened. Apparently, the committee was not in league with the terrorist after all. What was happening now looked like a disagreement. Suk-hee gave vent to her anger. A man has just been killed here, and these bastards are again trying to make a report and looking for another sensation. They knew perfectly well that the terrorist was not a villain. These two-faced creatures constantly changed their minds depending on their own benefit. They drove him into a corner themselves instead of providing help and support while he cleaned up everyone's shit. Now, let them pray that the terrorist does not really decide to become a villain. Suk-hee rushed towards him. Her face was twisted with anger. He hoped that she would understand him. When she saw him covered in blood from head to toe, she realized that he just wouldn't stop. She should have stopped him sooner. She couldn't believe that he killed all the people in the prison. He didn't see anything wrong with it. He only condemned those who already deserved death. There was not a single person there who could be pardoned. She said that he used to understand that lynching and uncontrolled justice are more dangerous than evil. Wow, what words! The image of a high school student suited her better. He launched the Thunderbolt mode. Their collision was like a small cataclysm. Won Mi-ho tried to figure out who should be Min Jung-woo's next victim. She asked the head of the department to block communications with Lilia and Kim Bong-chun. They could still change the future. The laboratory director could not contact anyone. He was informed that all communications were blocked. Moreover, the Disaster Preparedness Committee has closed the exterior entrance. This means that Won Mi-ho has already declared him a traitor. Kim Bong-chun ordered the power supply to Valagia to be blocked and the truck to be prepared. He had to help his family. They continued their battle, building up more and more power. The terrorist launched the 3rd phase of the super strike. Suk-hee's sword barely held back the lightning strikes. She deflected the blow straight at him. The immortal grabbed the man and pressed him to her. Now the discharges covered them both from head to toe. She understood his pain. She was in pain too. Over these 10,000 years she has lost a loved one more than once. You can no longer get used to this. She asked him to stop. Now it's not anger that can help, but tears. He said that she controls the good and evil in this world, so she must understand it like no one else. Lilia ran towards them. She screamed that she urgently needed to leave here. They were in the Yongsan area. He said that what this world needs now is absolute destruction. The demon was triumphant. He demanded to say out loud, "His name!" They made a deal on that platform. The demon was going to incarnate through this man, but could not do this without his consent. When he is ready, he will call the name of the demon. Then the person will receive the power of the demonic creature, and in return will help him move into the human world. He carried out the contract. He summoned the demon, calling his name, Atrahasis. He was somewhere in his dreams now, in his mother's hometown, Tongyong. One day their father suggested that they go on a trip to a beautiful place. There were amazing sunsets and blue sea. When the time comes, they will all go there together with Lilia and Bong-chun, the whole family, At first, Yak didn't really believe that Seok Hwan had inherited the prophet's power, but it really was like that. Wingless felt this clearly. He found the guy and briefly outlined the situation to him. And then he made a movement in space, thanks to which Huang found himself near the demon. Yak used the passionate desires of 100 people and transformed them into power. The space crackled, enveloping the demon in layers of energy. Now there were 3 of them against the demon. More strength should have been added. Yak tapped the energy of the desires of 1,000 people. But this was not enough to capture the demon. He tried to bind Atrahasis, but the chains could not hold him for long. The power was running out, but the demon was still strong. The energy of human desires was enough for only a few minutes to capture the demon. These 3 also had no chance. Huang tried to get close to Atrahasis, but even captured, the demon killed him over and over again. Huan remembered his training with Suk Hee. He then asked how this girl was so strong. She joked that she was just a student, unlike everyone else who imagined themselves to be creators of the world. He told her about Kim Min-hyuk, that scum that killed or maimed all those close to him or even people he simply knew. He was such a bastard that he even shot his own mother, who could have become his weak point. And then I learned from Lily that this creature was Min Jong-woo's only best friend. And although Huang finished off this freak, the terrorist didn't say a word to him. They had many common topics to discuss. Suk-hee replied that this man never gave up, and they should not stand aside. And the people kept coming. Where did the truck come from here? Bong Chun couldn't miss all the fun. It was time to end this. What's that on the demon's head? One horn? But in the real world, things were not so rosy. The demon's name was called out. The layers of reality began to move. Yak felt the changes that had occurred. Did this fool really accept the demon after all? The immortal understood that the process should be stopped at all costs. Something was happening to her power. She began to disappear somewhere. Where did her abilities go? Atrahasis sent her power into another dimension. Even though her ability was only inherited, she could still directly touch the demon. Atrahasis returned after all. Yak was not very surprised. It is thanks to Atrahasis that the world is on the verge of destruction. The grain he once sown yielded a good harvest. The world was filled with evil. This traitor to the queen was sealed by the prophet 10,000 years ago, but still cannot calm down. He did not give up for a second his attempts to enslave this entire world, even while in prison. Shame on the clan! The demon replied that both of them were not worthy of forgiveness. The former leader of the legion, whose wings were torn off, was also punished and abandoned by his queen. Yak understood that the demon had come to him to use his installation. He wanted his body back. In this world where there is no prophet, Atrahasis will be able to challenge the queen again. Wingless was not going to just retreat. A second, and the demon moved in space. It was unexpected. Yak has long since lost his strength. This means that this is still an installation action. With so many dark human desires that Yak had collected over time, he was capable of a lot. He was going to rescue his little sister from hell. Is he really ready to give up his goal in order to gain power? Yak replied that he was not ready to lose everything due to the actions of the demon. He'd better wait another 100 years. The immortal found him. They never finished the conversation. A fiery flash crushed the stone under his feet. Lily also had a couple of questions. The Black Wings clan is incarnated in this world in exchange for the fulfillment of dark human desires. As far as she remembered, the master never made his wish. This pathetic girl never gave up trying to meet the person who used to own this body. He said she was late. Ownership of the body passed to the new owner. The one who really didn't care about all the contracts was Seok Hwan. The guy's appearance, as always, was spectacular and unexpected. He told the demon to get out of Jung-woo's body because Huang still has something to say to the former Mr. Chairman. The demon was still chained, but it was clear to everyone that this would not last long. Suk-hee asked Yak to hold the chains. She needed a little more time. She had to gather all her strength into one blow. Last, Lilia asked the immortal to save her strength, not the time. If they fail, the world will come to an end. Huang died over and over again, getting closer and closer. They hit together and the space around them shook. Just a little time left, and the demon is finished. There was no more power. Suk-hee has exhausted her reserve. The demon grabbed Huang by the throat. But this man could have succeeded. They didn't have enough, but they would still lose. In the end, only Min Jong-woo would die. But this was not the end. Kim Bong-chun hasn't even started yet. He also had something. The man pressed the remote control button. The rocket launcher turned towards the demon. This rocket was another development of the brilliant scientist. Project Veloja, prototype Banoja. Kim Bong-chun fired a rocket. We'll have to get rid of one more annoying little man. Atrahasis tried to launch into Kim Bong-chun was a clot of dark energy, but his strength failed him. It was unexpected. Huang gloated, now the demon is definitely finished. The rocket was heading towards the target. The chain broke, but the demon still could not move. He couldn't figure out what caused the loss of strength. Another impulse. The rocket was approaching, creating a field of energy around itself. The demon felt that control over his body was decreasing. Unfortunately, the scientist did not have enough time to recreate the project, and so he had to put the original extract into the weapon itself. The rocket released a small ball. This core carried the same charge. The demon continued to stand motionless. Huan thought that maybe it was Min Jong-woo trying to help them by holding the demon in place. Yak felt the threat emanating from the weapon. This Banogia will destroy his teleportation device. He gathered the power of passionate desires of 8,192 people, and the space began to crack. These people could not be trusted. They failed him again. The weapon went off, releasing a wave of power. A bright flash illuminated everything around. Min Jong-woo let Huan go. He said it's not over yet. Yak poured all his energy into teleportation. Nothing! He will reimburse everything spent today! A powerful explosion went off, and part of the space disappeared. The next day, excavators tried to clear away the rubble. Despite the early morning, a huge crowd of people gathered at the building of the Committee for Natural Disaster Preparedness. There were at least 10,000 people there. People were furious. They demanded that the committee be dissolved. The Special Forces commander said he wanted to retire. He was going to take all the blame for what happened. Only his face was caught on camera yesterday. This was the only way to somehow mitigate the situation. Mi-ho said it was a complete failure. After Kim Bong-chun shot that thing, he, Lilia, and Min Jong-woo disappeared somewhere. Yak's teleportation device also disappeared somewhere. These three could become very serious opponents if they united against the committee. They had to be found and stopped. Now all who could be trusted were Suk-hee and newcomer Huang. Huang met with Ye Rin. The girl almost knocked him down with joy. She was very worried. But Lily's meeting with Min Jong-woo did not seem joyful. She came to clarify everything once and for all. She came to put an end to it. She wasn't going to lecture him. Once upon a time, they took an oath. She killed, and he, on the contrary, saved lives. She fought all her life so that everything would have some meaning, but he killed and broke his oath, and this could not be changed. His father was buried here, and mother. Few people knew about this place. Yesterday, a demon capable of destroying the entire world was summoned, and a weapon appeared that could destroy the demon. Even if the world completely collapses, people will not disappear so easily. They will find a way to survive. Lilia said that he was talking nonsense. Nobody will believe this nonsense. Min Jong-woo removed the blindfold from his eye. He asked you to believe him. In a few days, Atrahasis will return again. And then Min Jong-woo will disappear from this world forever. And before that, he will try at all costs to find a teleportation device. And then she shouldn't get in his way. She wanted to bring at least flowers to the master, but did not have time. Lilia cut her hair. The wind blew the golden strands across the grave. She said they are now enemies, and their next meeting will not end so easily. The girl returned to the office. She said that Min Jong-woo plans to find Yak's device and again summon the demon to this world to destroy everything. And although the Tornim asked to believe him, it seems to Lila that he wants them to stop him. This requires a team, a group that can intercept the teleportation device. The girl went into the boss's office. Won Mi-ho was in a terrible state. Her ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Won Mi-ho was in despair. She turned on the report. The army and police began a massive arrest of criminals in the Yongsan area. Kang Suk-hee was furious. These people weren't worth saving. She controlled justice, and she passed judgment. They all should have been destroyed. The terrorist was right when he decided that this scum should be uprooted. Lilia couldn't believe it. This simply could not happen. She knew the character of this girl. But that was not all either. The Russian mafia group Bratva, which once included Dr. Min Seok-yeon and Lilia herself, decided to avenge his death. They sent one person to solve the problem. Lilia knew this organization. If they sent one person, they shouldn't expect things to be easy. She had a bad feeling. She guessed who exactly came to Korea. 5 attacking combat aircraft were destroyed by some unknown weapon located outside the Earth's atmosphere. An unknown jet plane landed on the base's runway. He liked the welcoming ceremony better than any orchestra. The man who arrived on this plane was the leader of the Russian mafia organization Bratva, Nikolai Vitoroy, and he needed someone who killed Min Seok-young. 8 years have passed since their last meeting, but cooperation with the Munt Company, which was led by the terrorist, was quite profitable. Nikolai was sorry that everything turned out this way in the end. The terrorist asked what exactly Nikolai was up to. As the head of the mafia, he came to Korea alone. It was strange. Nikolai said that this was the main condition. Only one person could come, and he was never here. In this country, you could always make a lot of money from even a little chaos. Nikolai asked where Lilia was. I would like to see her too. The terrorist said that she left and is now his enemy. It turns out that Nikolai can kill her, as well as her assistant Seok-hwan. The main thing is that the terrorist does not interfere. Lilia told Hwan about Nicholas II. This man transplanted into himself the consciousness of his father, the previous leader of the mafia. They had to be very careful with this man. He is close in age to the terrorist, but if we take into account the age he and his father lived, it will be 3 times more. It was not for nothing that he became the head of the mafia. At his core, he was a real monster. There were a lot of people on the streets. People protested against terrorism. They demanded that the Disaster Preparedness Committee be dissolved. They portrayed Yoo Chang-hyuk as a hero who sacrificed himself for the common people. The man who led the demonstration was a member of the Snow White cult, the same one who confessed to his crimes to Mi-ho. They arrived at some strange gateway. Lilia doubted that in this place it would be possible to find a person who could become part of their team. Suddenly, someone attacked her. Lilia tried to fend off the blows, but their force was too great. She didn't have time to block them. This man's reaction was also surprising. Hwang intervened and tried to stop the attack. It turns out that this man was the same old friend who helped him out more than once. It was Jung Yong-ha, one of the best fighters in Korea. Jung Yong-ha yelled that this girl is a criminal whose face is shown on all channels. And where did that brat Hwang go? He even stopped calling. There was an urgent need to somehow calm down my old friend and bring him up to speed. But Lilia was furious. What's the team here? How dare this idiot raise his hand to her? It's unlikely that Mi-X is even aware of it. And Jung Yong-ha was replaying the fight in his head and couldn't understand how this girl withstood his strongest blow with virtually no damage. On the way, Hwang tried to briefly explain the situation. The circumstances were confusing, but the main task was clear. The terrorist had to be stopped. It's a pity that they never had a chance to talk properly. Perhaps the future would have turned out differently. What does Min Jong-woo think about the murder of Kim Min-hyuk? What did it mean for Hwang Noon? Who was the bishop? What would Hwang do if he knew in advance that he had to kill the terrorist's father then? Called V on Mi-ho. She reported that Squad B had failed the mission and everyone should go there. All died from gunshot wounds, 1 shot to the head and 2 to the body. The so-called Mozambican troika. Body armor didn't help. It was necessary to deal with Yak as well. On that day, he used the power of all the human desires that he had accumulated over the years. But something remains, and Yak knows about it. The committee retained something. Like, for example, the wishes collected by that guy with the camera. In total, they kept 120 wishes. The item is located in a secret vault on the 31st floor of System X Tower. Yak stood on the roof of a skyscraper and looked at the tower where wishes were kept. He recalled his last conversation with Suk-hee. She said that if the demon appeared, everything would end. Of course, he didn't care about people. They themselves brought this world to the edge with their dirty desires. Suk-hee was angry. She said that Yak and his sister, and even this installation of souls, were created for people, and that they need to join forces. They managed to awaken Jong-woo. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the military, and Suk-hee flew off the handle. The highway was blocked. Someone was standing in the middle of the road. It was Nikolai, and he was waiting for them. Now it became clear who shot Detachment V. Lilia told Jong Yong-ha that this was an exam to join the detachment, and if he copes with Nikolai, she will personally ask for a bonus for him from V on Mi-ho. Jong Yong-ha asked for an apartment. Hwang didn't feel sorry. It was the committee's money anyway. They all attacked together. Lilia attacked in the center. They attacked from the flanks. The girl suspected that Nikolai was not called a monster for nothing. It's unlikely that it's just because of pistol shooting. He's clearly hiding something. The shot was monstrous. The girl was thrown back with enormous force. Even her ability couldn't create a full protective shield. Well, you should have guessed right away. Its guns were equal in power to anti-tank weapons. The projectiles were cast from tungsten superalloy, super strong, and designed to operate under extreme temperature and power conditions. Quite an expensive scientific development. Nikolai did not feel sorry for the money spent on super expensive weapons. It's been a while since he's had a festival like this. Huang suggested attacking while the weapon was reloading. Chong Yong-ha used a rather original technique of Jeet Kune Do, which greatly surprised Nikolai. He never thought that there were such martial arts experts among them. Lilia continued her attack. She realized that it was not in vain that Nikolai ended up in this place. Most likely, he managed to meet with the tormentor, but he came alone. This means that Min Jong-woo does not want to participate in even greater destruction. Perhaps all is not lost yet. She did not take the shots herself, giving the guys the opportunity to get closer to the enemy. Jung Yong-ha was amazed by the girl's abilities. Does she also fly through the air? They pursued him until they came out into a hall full of corpses. Has this scum really killed everyone? This could not be forgiven. Huang warned his friend not to be surprised. But Chung Yong-ha could hardly be surprised by anything. After everything he saw today, but Jung Yong-ha was wrong. Nikolai shot Huang at point-blank range. The shot blew the guy's head off. Jung Yong-ha was dumbfounded from the emotions tearing him apart. While Jung Yong-ha was in a state of shock from the sudden loss of his friend, Huang somehow disappeared and materialized right next to the enemy. Huang struck Nikolai with a powerful blow to the jaw, knocking him down. That's it! And Nikolai already thought that this guy was too unremarkable. Now it's clear what Jung-woo meant. The ability to resurrect anywhere you want? No, not in any way. Otherwise, the guy would not have arrived by car, but would have immediately appeared at this place. So the place should be familiar. What if he is captured and taken to Russia? A fiery flash, and Nikolai disappeared. Escaped? Does not look like it. This man was full of surprises. It's a pity he couldn't take all the equipment with him, but he still grabbed something. This weapon was a work of art. Svarog's hammer is a supersonic rifle with a sniper scope. Armor-piercing charge 30 mm. So the hunting time has begun. Juan had a strange feeling. This place was okay, but everything around... Installation. 1.5 seconds before starting. Nikolai shot at the floor. The rocket rushed down, breaking through the concrete partitions of the floors. They rushed in different directions. The hole in the floor looked impressive. Another charge and another explosion almost destroyed the entire building. At this rate, they will all die here. Judging by the vibrations, the mafia leader was hiding on the 5th floor. Lilia will get this rat! Huang heard screams. Judging by them, someone was still alive upstairs. Lilia said that she was disappointed with her former boss. Without his guns, he's pathetic and worthless. Nikolai continued to have fun. To cope with this crowd, he will have enough good guns. Lilia had already caught his speed. The axe blade cut through the projectile. Jung Yong-ha dealt Nikolai his crowning blow. Martial arts are a good way to deal with such freaks. Two people were arguing upstairs. The last surviving member of the squad persuaded the warehouse manager to move on. They should have opened the vault. Nobody knew how it opened. Managers changed every month. The fighter could not give up now and hide. After all, then his comrades died in vain. It was Choi Ye-gon, a former MUNT employee and currently a member of the Disaster Preparedness Committee's Special Forces Unit. The same guy Huang interviewed with at MUNT. His younger cousin was a terrorist fan. He believed that this nickname did not reflect the real meaning of what the terrorist actually does. The brother claimed that when he was little, the terrorist saved him. When Choi Ye-gon joined the army, he did not agree with his younger brother's opinion. He served in the army to protect civilians and fight terrorism. During his service, he participated in a mission to rescue Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance, who was taken hostage. Then they killed 17 terrorists, but lost 3 comrades. And after some time, the guy found out that the person they saved turned out to be a member of the Snow White cult. He teamed up with criminal organizations to traffic people. Their comrade committed suicide to attract public attention and reveal the truth to people. He wrote on his death poster that they saved the demon, but the media accused him of PTSD and hallucinations. Nobody believed it. Choi Ye-gon was happy to meet Huang, another person who didn't give up. The fighter's mission was to penetrate the vault and destroy its contents. They had to hurry while the 2 below held off the enemy. Despite the fact that Nikolai allowed the attackers so close to him, He quite successfully resisted two dangerous opponents. Moreover, he still managed to counterattack. It was necessary to somehow prevent him from striking. Lilia used her ability, and Nikolai was thrown aside. How he missed this technique! The leader of the group invited the girl to return to the mafia. Lilia sent him away. And then they heard the sound of approaching helicopters. The first Special Forces team, led by Duk-man, arrived to help the Allies. Now it became clear why the unkillable had not yet been seen. They were stalling for time. Nikolai jumped out the window. His weapon was equipped with a harpoon. One shot upward, and the cable began to pull him to the upper floors. They reached the vault door. Huang understood that it would not be easy for the guys to deal with Nikolai, but their main goal was in the storage room. Some sensor went off. Huang jerked the door open. It was not for nothing that he was in a hurry. He had a feeling that if anyone else broke into the vault, he would have to deal with it. It was Yak. Choi Ye-gon realized that this creature was surrounded by the same black fog as the type that attacked Munt. Huang thanked Yak for his help in the battle with the demon. Yak replied that he only used them because he was in a hopeless situation. In the end, he failed. He lost his store, and his allies only had more enemies. Huang asked why Yak needed the contents of the vault. Is he really going to fight Min Jong-woo? But Yak did not want to fight with anyone. He just wanted to go to another dimension where no one could find him. They brought him the key themselves. This man they brought in was the only one who could break the seal. Choi Ye-gon ordered the creature not to move, otherwise he will shoot the keeper of the seal in the head. Yak said that he doubts Choi Ye-gon is capable of shooting. After they killed innocent people while freeing a hostage, he is unlikely to want to repeat the same mistake again. Then the death of their comrade, who killed himself for the sake of truth, will be meaningless. This creature knew how to read human souls. It knew all their fears and desires. The darkness spread. Huang told Yak that now was not the time to fight among themselves. They should talk. Yak didn't want any more conversations. He splashed waves of black energy at the guy. This fog was like knife blades. Yak said that he had been watching people for a long time. There is only one feeling that drives them: anger. It is anger that makes people move on and develop. Yu Chang-hyuk, who revived Atrahasis, people demanding the arrest of the terrorist. People justify their hatred with justice. Yak refused to negotiate with people. He will not make the same mistake as his sister, who trusted people and was thrown into hell. Let the unkillable go. Huang was contacted. Reinforcements were already close. He suggested that Yak surrender. If not Yak, then they will open the vault themselves. He sent a signal to Miso. One Miho said that she doesn't advise Yak to even try to open the door. A minute ago she changed the person in charge of the vault, and even he won't be able to remove the seal by force. This door was installed from the very beginning with his intrusion in mind. It's better to leave. Yak had a different plan. He will rip out the entire storage floor and throw it into the building where V on Miho is currently located. It will be a little difficult. There are no other options. While they were sorting things out, Huang broke the seal. It was so obvious. If it's difficult to print for the Black Wings clan, then it's not worth doing for Huang. Yak did not understand why Huang needed to destroy the seal. They failed to stop him, and now they are trying to win him over to their side in this way. Huang replied that such difficulties were not for him. One Miho was beside herself with rage. This crazy guy doesn't even know what he's done. Yak interrupted the connection with a snap of his fingers. One Miho broke the screen. Help has arrived. The Special Forces tried to understand what was happening inside. Infrared radiation showed that there was an object with an abnormally low temperature inside. Presumably it was Yak. Yak was the enemy. He couldn't be allowed to break into the vault. The commander ordered to shoot. Huang yelled for no one to interfere while they were talking. What kind of conversations is this crazy guy having? They don't have time. Now that mafia leader will rise from below, and people will begin to die. If even one fighter dies because of Huang, he's screwed. And Nikolai was already close. He followed Huan, and no one could stop him. He hit the co-pilot of the third helicopter. Duk-man ordered Huan to leave immediately. Yak was confused. He could read people's souls so easily, but he didn't understand at all what exactly this guy was trying to achieve. Huang remembered those times when he had not worked anywhere. He did what he wanted. He went to bed when he wanted and woke up when he wanted. And although he was rather pitiful at that time, nevertheless, he could seriously think about the future. Sometimes, he could even eat thanks to one girl. Most likely, Yak also had a similar life to which he wanted to return, to where he was with his sister. Why should they fight now? Because of that filthy demon who made things so difficult, they are not enemies. Let everyone who is here now not be friends, but they all have the same goal. And until this goal is achieved, until they return to their desired lives, they should unite. They must become one team. After they stop the terrorist and kill that demon, this team will fall apart. Huang asked Yak to trust him. Yak remembered his sister. She often wrote letters to him. She created that device to prove to him that there are not only bad people. Yak said that in general the speech was not bad, but next time he should work a little on his image. And recently, it's been a little awkward to look at Huang. Some black clumps were flying around Huan. Yak noticed that Min Jongwoo not only has the power of Atrahasis, but also Kang Suk Hee. Even united, it will not be easy for them. Are they sure they're ready? And the suit was not bad. Certainly, that's what they decided. Become one team until their goals are achieved. Huang told everyone else to leave. Nikolai's goal was he. The others had no point in staying. Lilia expressed doubts that Huang could cope alone. Even though she didn't like him too much, it wouldn't be too good to lose him at the very beginning of the mission. Huang agreed that it would be a shame to lose the leader now, but Lilia very much doubted that he was their leader. The rest should also have been moved away from here. Yak warned Huang that last time he died only 10 times, after which he was resurrected only after 3 days. This should have been taken into account. Huan was left alone. Nikolai didn't have to wait long. He expected more opponents. This guy was not so simple. The fight promised to be interesting. Huang was ready to surprise this scum. He couldn't understand why the leader of such a well-known group had dragged himself here for revenge on one person. Nikolai shot and felt truly happy. This time he encountered an unusual opponent. It is unlikely that the unkillable will be able to understand him. There's no point in having a conversation. Huang died and was resurrected again. I tried to get as close as possible. It's unlikely that it's just a matter of revenge. The terrorist probably explained the circumstances of his father's death. Most likely, this Nikolai is just a maniac who likes to kill. People on the street continued to demonstrate against the committee. They were mistaken, not understanding the real situation. They were manipulated, used for their own benefit. But the problem wasn't just bad people. The committee staff are also to blame. For so many years they hid the truth from the civilian population, not trusting ordinary people. Choi Ye-gon was going to fix that. He asked to be dropped out of the helicopter. There was a feeling that Nikolai was not running out of bullets. He fired almost without stopping to reload. At some point, Huang resurrected right behind him and received another bullet in the head. It looked like some kind of ability. How was Nikolai able to predict the place of his resurrection? Nikolai said that this was just a calculation. Taking into account his viewing angle, as well as the location of the walls, which excluded the possibility of resurrection in that place, the result was obvious. Choi Ye-gon continued to convince the commander of the need to tell people the whole truth. Because they remain silent, the miscreants take advantage of the situation and provide false information to the people. And even if he risks his life, this matter will not be in vain. He will be remembered just as he will always remember his fallen comrades. Gad continued to call on stage for the dissolution of the Disaster Preparedness Committee. He was trying to say that what the world really needs is Snow White. A powerful blow to the jaw interrupted his speech. Another bullet and another death. According to Yak's words, Huang has 2 more revivals left. Nikolai understood that the unkillable most likely had a limit on the number of revivals, just like he has a limit on the number of bullets. Their confrontation will end sooner or later. Let this maniac think that Huang is counting his bullets. You need to read the moment when he changes the clip. Huang jumped out exactly at the moment when the bullets in Nikolai's clip ran out. Nikolai found it funny. This boy forgot that he had 2 revolvers. I wonder if he still has any revivals left. It's better not to take risks, otherwise he'll miss him. Did he pierce his heart? What kind of earthquake? Huang, with his last strength, rushed at the man who considered himself the smartest here. Clutching Nikolai, Huang pushed off with his legs, and they both fell out of the broken window. Huang hoped to die this time, taking the Russian bandit with him. And Nikolai tried to understand how the unkillable could be reborn on the floor below and take him by surprise. After all, he could not be reborn in unfamiliar places. Then he remembered the hole in the floor made by large-caliber shells. Most likely, during the battle, he somehow managed to view the lower floors. It is a pity that Nikolai did not take this possibility into account. It could have cost him his life. Nikolai used his carbine and grabbed onto the nearest lamppost. This helped reduce the speed of his fall and saved his life. With all his might, Huang cracked on the asphalt. This blow should have ended in another death, but the guy held on with his last strength. He couldn't afford to die while his rival was alive. This fight was not over yet. Suddenly, there was a noise from above. The terrorist came to the aid of his friend. After all, he warned Nikolai that the unkillable is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Having grabbed the Russian mafia, the terrorist left the battlefield. Huang shouted after Min Jong-woo that he had something to tell him the next time they met. Huang's strength left him and his vision began to darken. 3 days later, Huang woke up on a sofa in the committee office. Members of his team gathered around. Apparently, they calculated that this particular place would be the safest for Huang to be resurrected. I wonder what they're all waiting for. Everyone was preparing for the decisive battle. It was necessary to plan further actions. Mi-ho reported that a lot of interesting things happened during these 3 days. First, he should have looked out the window. There was still a crowd of people outside the window. It seemed that there were even more people. But something has changed. The inscriptions on the posters have changed. People were now expressing gratitude and support for the Disaster Preparedness Committee. It turns out that during the 3 days that Huang was dead, Choi Ye-gon from the 2nd Special Forces team pulled off something unthinkable. Another team led by the terrorist discussed their plans for the near future. I had to find Yak's teleportation device. Suk-hee did not want to team up with the man who destroyed one of the Air Force bases. He was a real bastard. Nikolai made fun of the girl's appearance. At that age, wearing a school uniform was strange, to say the least. Kang Suk-hee is turned on. This youngster still dares to mock her. She had no desire to join a gang of psychos. She demanded that Min Jong-woo name the reason for such strange behavior. He turned on yesterday's report. At the podium, a committee employee, an honored Special Forces soldier, tried to open people's eyes to the real situation. He tried to tell who exactly is fighting for ordinary people in reality. Colonel Jang Duk-man, a hero of the nation and commander of a Special Forces unit, also took the stage. He spoke about a man who had recently joined the committee. Great hopes were placed on him. It was about a video that was uploaded to YouTube the day Huang fell from the roof. This video blew up the public. The man, who is a Russian crime boss, was seen running away with the terrorist. He is being pursued by an unknown guy with whom he fell from the roof of a multi-story building. This man, who stood alone against the most famous criminals, falls to the asphalt and then disappears before everyone's eyes. A video of a man suddenly disappearing has broken world records for views. People began to consider him a real hero who fights evil alone. Huang cursed. He had no plans to become the new messiah. Min Jong-woo said it was like a new religion. People are not perfect. They always need to believe in some kind of external control. They cannot rely on themselves and become uncontrollable under any external influence. There is no point in saving such imperfect people. Suk-hee should understand this better than anyone. If you transfer the body to Atarhasis, then at first there will be chaos and most of humanity will most likely die. But those that remain will be forced to change radically. And then absolute order will come. Human inferiority will disappear and a new world will come. This was his contract with Atarhasis. Nikolai chuckled at this pathetic plan. He didn't care about humanity or its well-being. He only needed the unkillable. The immortal listened to all this nonsense and understood only one thing. Jong-woo was lying. Over the many years of her life, she has become quite good at recognizing lies. Kim Bong-chun said that the only reason is that Atarhasis should not find out the true reason for the terrorists' actions. If the demon finds out the truth, whatever it may be, he will kill the Terenim and escape. Min Jong-woo had to hold back the demon at all costs, and they should trust this person. Lilia looked down from the balcony and also thought about the actions of the Tauren. She guessed that there was some other meaning behind his actions. Many of the people now standing below had once been sincere fans of the terrorist. They continued to believe him even when he was called a criminal and a traitor. But when they saw how much he had changed, they were disappointed. Now, they believe in the unkillable. Huang said that the terrorist was to blame. You shouldn't play with faith. And in general, it was somehow bad of him to push his fans onto the unkillable. This was the second subway line, Sinseol-dong Station. It was there that Yak moved his teleportation device. The station was abandoned due to changes in construction plans. There was a high probability that the decisive battle with the terrorists' team would take place there. Yak said that if you try again to move the device to another place, something irreparable may happen. For example, an entrance to another dimension may open. The plan was to prevent Min Jong-woo from getting close to the device so that he could not summon Peanut. And it had to be done quickly, while the terrorist still had consciousness. And also his team should have been suppressed. Nicholas II is the leader of the Russian mafia organization Bratva, a man who is already living his second life. Lilia will take over. Kang Suk-hee is one of the queens and the keeper of the balance, age about 10,000 years. Yak said that he would try to deal with her. It is not easy for her to awaken, so there is a chance of victory. Seo Kwon will oppose the terrorist. The biggest problem is Kim Bong-chun, the scientist who created the entire technical and network security system of the Disaster Preparedness Committee. In some ways, he is even more talented than Dr. Min Seok-young was. They should have struck first. There was a possibility that they were hiding in one of the equipment storage shelters used by Kim Bong-chun during his time as the terrorist's partner. Of the 6 shelters, only 2 remain. Most likely they are hiding in one of them. The operation was scheduled for 7 a.m. After the meeting, Won Mi-ho asked Jung Yeon-ha to stay. Of their entire team, he was the only person without abilities, although he was quite strong. She didn't like to take risks, so she had something to enhance his physical capabilities, a special liver drug that could make his body invincible, and also immune to alcohol. Wang was found a temporary place to live. The building was quite old, but was located in the center of Seoul. And here another surprise awaited him. Baekmoon. Ho grew up in the same orphanage as Hwang and was his mentor. At the same time, he was part of Min Seok-young's association and was responsible for intelligence. Won Mi-ho sent him to prepare Hwan for the upcoming fight with the terrorist. It turns out that Baekmoon-ho also had eyes that foresaw misfortune. Hwan couldn't believe that his mentor was already a member of Min Seok-young's association and knew everything about Hee Nuna, about how she was a bishop of the Snow White cult. In fact, he learned the whole truth only when he became completely adult and independent. Then he began to think that something was wrong with this woman's age, and found out her real identity. They started training. Hwang kept missing. Baekmoon-ho, nicknamed Tiger, anticipated his every blow and easily dodged. This made him angry, but even using the power of Nirvana, the guy could not win. Tiger tried to anger him, to force him to give his best. At some point, Hwang saw that the human figure had multiplied. Now he had 3 opponents instead of 1. While the guy was in shock, a powerful blow to the jaw almost knocked all the wind out of him. Tiger explained that his clones are ordinary holograms and do not cause any physical damage. It released a special gas that could make a person within 30 m feel an impact that allowed them to reproduce the hallucinations they had imagined. This was another one of his abilities besides his violet eyes that predicted danger. Hwang realized that he should not spare his old friend, so he used all his strength. With a throw over his shoulder, Tiger slammed him into the asphalt. This time, he still had to use his purple eyes. Both of his abilities combined together and created the effect of illusion. He was the only one who could use 2 abilities at the same time. Once upon a time, Min Jong-woo could use 9 at once, but he abandoned them in favor of 1, which he developed to perfection. It doesn't matter how much ability a person has. Victory can be achieved even by an ordinary person. You should analyze the ability, understand its nature, and predict subsequent actions. All this can be done without eyes that foresee misfortune. If we remember Nikolai, who used only analytics without any abilities and quite successfully resisted an unusual person, it wasn't how you used your ability that mattered, but how you used your opponent's ability. They started again. Tiger launched his clones, and at some point the entire area around Hwang turned purple. Did the guy figure it out that quickly? Hwang didn't rack his brains for long. He generally did not like to strain his brain during battle. He simply remembered who could touch him, unlike other holograms, and decided to act at the moment of touch. Why try to understand the enemy's character and all that? Wouldn't it be better to let the person understand that it's all useless no matter what he does? One thing Hwang hasn't changed is his self-confidence. Someone's voice asked how long this confidence could sustain him. Min Jong-woo was approaching them. Baekmoon. Ho finally decided to join the committee. It was a shame. He worked with his father for so many years. They could not predict each other's actions since they had the same ability. and this complicated the situation. The terrorist generated a plasma charge of enormous power and launched it at his rivals. The space around was melting and burning. Min Jong-woo's skills have improved significantly, and his strength has increased. Hwang grabbed the machine and launched it into the plasma clot. A powerful explosion shook the entire building, and Baek Moon-ho was knocked off his feet. Hwang attacked. His battle tactics also changed. Now he was somehow dodging the terrorists' attacks. But not from everyone. One of the blows reached its target, and Min Jong-woo injected him with something. These were nanorobots capable of suppressing the power of the unkillable. They are able to penetrate the brain and all internal organs, activating every 5 minutes and leading Hwang to death. Thus, they will quickly exhaust the limit of his resurrections. They weren't going to wait for an attack. They decided to attack first. If there was an obstacle, he always destroyed it. After all, preventing incidents in advance is his special talent. Hwang also had a special talent. He loved to surprise idiots who were confident of their victory. Won Mi-ho ordered that all attack sites be tracked down. The fight between the terrorist and Hwang had not even begun, and the guy had already died. The nanomachines killed him without any fight. Something had to be done. Baek Moon-ho realized that he would have to repel the attacks himself, and the guy should be urgently sent to Won Mi-ho's office. Perhaps they can extract the nanobots. Otherwise, Hwang will spend all his resurrections here. He needs to try to move after death and resurrect in the committee. Baek Moon-ho had something up his sleeve. Some kind of stimulant? Illusion's ability increased several times and was able to overcome the mutual compensation force. Despite the mask which blocked the smells that created hallucinations, the ability still worked. And before his death, Hwang was going to take full advantage of this. Now they'll hit him so hard it won't seem like much. And the demon in my head told me that the entire history of mankind was built on wars. And everyone living now comes from murderers who survived at the expense of someone else's lives. Nikolai hasn't seen her for a long time. The girl has shortened her hair. I wonder if this is because of Min Seok-young's death or after breaking up with terrorist. I've completely fallen apart in this country. It's because of him that everyone now considers Tarenim a murderer, after he appeared on TV in the company of Nikolai. And when did she become a saint? But recently she was still on his team. Nikolaev was being used by one of his toys, and the area became hot. The girl did not wait for another surprise and attacked. She became much faster. Nikolai realized that a second ago he was on the verge of death. The girl was aiming for the carotid artery. She was going to kill him with one blow. No matter how much time passes, the killer instinct in her has not gone away. She had to admit, this new look suited her very well. Nikolai thought that after so much time the girl had lost her shape, but that was not the case. She successfully resisted his attacks. Well, it was not for nothing that he chose this lane. Nikolai pressed a button on the remote control. The explosion shook the entire alley. The shells exploded one after another, turning the entire street into hellish inferno. The girl began to lose strength, fleeing from another wave of explosion. When did he manage to mine the entire street? He asked if her feelings of guilt towards those she had killed in the past had lessened. After all, she has managed to save so many lives since then. The fire cut off her path like a dense wall, limiting her movements. She created a powerful stream of wind that knocked the flames to the ground. Nikolai advised her not to look for sins where there are none. She was just born this way. She has a special talent for this kind of work. She should go back to his team. It was not clear which of them was the first to realize that something was wrong around them, but the fact remained a fact. It was somehow too quiet for an ordinary residential alley. There was no noise or cries for help. Won Mi-h was informed that the area had been successfully evacuated. The area should have been blocked off from passers-by. Nikolai will not spare anyone, and until Lilia dealt with him, she had to remain vigilant. Seok-hwan could not be contacted. If he wastes all his resurrections, their plan won't work. So, it's time to use the last trump card. Won Mi-ho removed the protection from the safe. She managed to get this thing with such difficulty. There was quite a howl from America as this item was smuggled into Korea. Inside was a future that should never have happened. There was a note there that said, "Look at the sky while standing on the edge of the abyss." Mi-ho called Jung Duk-man immediately after the meeting. She warned of a possible attack. Although the battle was scheduled for tomorrow, there was every reason to believe that the enemy would attack earlier. We must be prepared for such a turn of events. The outcome of the general battle depends on him. It was necessary at all costs to defeat Kim Bong-chun, and he didn't keep himself waiting. The guy blocked the road for the car. He sent his drones and they attacked the car. The armor was strong, but it was not in vain that the guy worked on the committee for so many years. Of course, Kim Bong-chun knew about the professionalism of the commander of the first detachment, but here he had no chance of winning. Kim Bong-chun suggested that Jang Duk-man surrender. With one gun, you can't survive against 8 drones. Jang Duk-man was very disappointed that the guy became a criminal again. He wasn't going to give up. But the haircut was okay. At least he looked like a person. The commander pulled the trigger. Kim Bong-chun did not want to kill his former colleague. He ordered the drones to shoot at the arms and legs to neutralize the man. Several shots merged into one, and all 8 drones were neutralized. No one even had time to understand how this happened. The first team of the Special Forces detachment protected their commander in time. Kim Bong-chun could not understand when they managed to organize the ambush. After all, he chose this place at random. Do they have a team of forecasters? Jang Duk-man ordered him to surrender. The same thoughts came to Nikolai's mind. If the evacuation was carried out in advance, it means that everything was planned. His arrival and the condition that only one person could come. Someone on the committee seemed to be initially inclined towards war. Yak did not think it was right that Suk-hee should interfere in this conflict. He was not an evil that had to be eliminated to restore balance. Suk-hee said that it was Yak who provoked the situation that caused Min Jong-woo to summon the demon. Funny. Doesn't Suk-hee understand that it is the prophets being in some space who unite all timelines? The only place where the creatures of the Black Wings clan, jumping from one dimension to another, cannot penetrate is the space guarded by the prophets. Yak took out his sword. Simply put, in a world where there are prophets, the future does not change. It turns out that as long as there are prophets in this dimension, the collapse of this world is predetermined. And the battle began. Everything in the world will come to an end someday. And even outer space. Prophets are beings who watch over the world until its very last moment so that the future does not change. Because if the future changes, then at the same moment, a new world will appear. This is a time paradox. If you change something in the past, 2 timelines will appear. New timelines are not new worlds, but probabilities of one-dimension flow. To prevent dimension destruction due to increased entropy, only one timeline is maintained. The girl didn't listen. She wanted to fight. 2 forces clashed and intertwined in 2 streams. Yak used his Blackwing clan ability. He did not have the strength to move, but the space became thinner and cracked. A small push, and everything shattered into fragments. Suk-hee lost her balance. Jang Duk-man ordered Kim Bong-chun to kneel and raise his hands up. The guy asked how important this battle was to him. The commander did not understand what this question was about. But the sound of an approaching flying object caught his attention. The guy continued to explain. The goal of their battle is complete destruction. The object was approaching. It was somehow blocking all communication. A platform separated from it, onto which Kim Bong-chun climbed. Now the real game begins. The inventor used all his capabilities. Nikolai gave someone a signal. He asked the girl to think about his proposal again. One of the reasons he came here was Lilia. He wanted to persuade her to return to Russia. Flying microwaves on legs was approaching them. This Bong-chun, as always, went overboard with the design. Lilia would rather rip Nikolai's head off. She threw the weapon. Well, Nikolai has another surprise for her. This gun was the size of an anti-tank rifle. His sword, which served Yak back in the days when he had wings, pierced the immortal. At the same moment, something appeared in the sky. It hit the ground with a column of plasma energy. The immortal has awakened! This spiritual item was already 1,500 years old. She had to sell it to pay off debts. But now she has decided to bring it back. Well, what does his future say about how the sexy cutie hits him hard? This look of hers was truly beautiful. The immortal reported that this magical sword had been absorbing the life force of its owner for 1,500 years. He killed too many people. His hidden power was enormous. Yak did not understand how it was possible to sell such weapons for debts. With great difficulty, he held back the onslaught of ancient weapons. Was it necessary to cover the student loan with something? What's unclear here? She struck again. The power of eternal youth and immortality received from another prophet. Now it was difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. 2 legendary weapons collided. 2 great forces opposed each other. The space crackled. Seok Hwan struck. Another death caused by nanobots interrupted their battle. Another resurrection and another death. This was already the penultimate resurrection. There's one more thing left. Huang wanted to move to the committee after his death, but it didn't work out. He appeared here again. The terrorist guessed his plan and said that nothing would work. Juan can't leave, leaving Baek Moon-ho here and knowing that he could die. The mechanism of resurrections is regulated by the subconscious, and subconsciously, Huang worries about his friend. This was the last straw. Cursing with every last word that could come to mind, Huang rushed at Min Jong-woo. Baek Moon-ho turned on illusion. Several Huans surrounded the terrorist, but somehow Min Jong-woo avoided the blows. How did he do it? Baek Moon-ho was at a loss. The terrorist explained that his illusion only affects vision, but there is also hearing and touch. Ka! And a powerful blow to the solar plexus blocked Huang's ability to take a breath. Baek Moon-ho couldn't believe his eyes. The combination of resurrection and illusion was spontaneous. But having encountered her only once, Min Jong-woo immediately found a weak point in her and was able to develop a response tactic. The problem is not ability, but experience. And the terrorist had a lot of experience. He was informed that the system had been hacked. The teleportation device is located at the abandoned Sinsol Dawn station. This was the last resurrection, and now they will have to say goodbye. Huang frantically tried to find a way to win. One of the attacks worked, which means victory is possible. There was definitely a way out, and Huang only had a few seconds to find it. Car V on Mi-ho drove straight into the room, demolishing all the obstacles in its path. This came as a complete surprise. The terrorist did not foresee it with his own eyes. She yelled at Huan to take the note. She originally planned to pass it on when he became a full-fledged prophet. Now I remained to believe that he could change their loss into a victorious future. Huang tried to grab the note. If the prediction was true, then this scrap could awaken the powers of the prophet in Huan. Wan Mi-ho refused to lose. Huan didn't have time. Lightning cut off his hand like a blade. The note fell to the ground. Hand, too. Another shock stopped the heart. Already dying for the last time, Huang managed to reach the note. Look at the sky while standing on the edge of the abyss. What does it mean? Huang never heard an answer. They lost. Now the terrorist can fail and organize his apocalypses as much as he likes. Or does he want to kill them? Let him try. She was very angry and had nothing to lose. He said that he would not kill them. He would show her mercy as if he were an old friend, and left. The guy asked what was in the note. What difference does it make? Everything was useless. Miso tore the piece of paper. They did everything in their power. The terrorist told his team the meeting place. It was time to move on to the next stage. Typically, the development of humanity follows the pattern. 2 steps back and 3 forward. People develop faster only when they lose something. Wars and diseases only accelerate development. Love is stagnation. Only hatred pushes people forward. By summoning Atrahasis, he will attract all hatred to himself. It's time to end this story. The guy said goodbye to Uncle Duke Man. He was glad that he did not have to kill the old warrior. Who knows, maybe we'll see each other again. Suk-hee interrupted the fight. It was time for her to leave. She hoped that Yak would not pursue her. Nikolai had no intention of meeting anyone. He had other plans. But the damn drones had a different opinion. They magnetized his weapon, and Nikolai himself did not understand how he ended up in the air. Arriving at the place, he began to be indignant. The terrorists said that this was their original plan. They would help with the weapons, and he would help with the summoning of Atrahasis. He will not forget this insult. Nikolai will find a way to pay the petty scoundrel. They just have to take the last step. And now, a completely different story. Juan opened his eyes. He was in his apartment. Lilia was waiting for him. She said there was one last chance. If he dies again, no one will be able to stop Taronim. Automatically reaching out to the hangar, he took off Han Rim's gym uniform, and only then did he realize that something strange was happening. His apartment was blown apart by an explosion. Was this really an alternate history? The team was assembled. It doesn't matter what happens. The important thing is that he has one more chance to fuck the terrorist. Seoul was burning. Huang ran down the street and did not understand where such terrible destruction came from. Is this really Min Jong-woo's doing? What the hell is going on in this world? Lilia demanded answers. Wan Mi-ho hid too much from them. If they are one team, they must act together. Everyone received instructions that the fight would take place tomorrow. How did she find out about the upcoming attack and even manage to evacuate people? The Special Forces commander agreed with Lilia. If the exact location of the enemy's appearance was known, it was necessary to report their new weapon. Due to lack of information, they were on the verge of failure. And In-hee Mi-ho began to tell. This happened 12 years ago. a spaceship crashed on Jeju Island. On the hull of the ship was the inscription Nor. This ship was a Chinese manned device called C*Ju No. 14. At that time, China had already completed the construction of a space station, and this ship was intended to terraform another planet. This ship came from the future. At the moment, construction of the Chinese space station has just begun. In the future, the Earth was destroyed, and this ship managed to get into the past. She was able to obtain information about how the planet would be destroyed. She asked Yak if he knew about this. After all, a being who can cross dimensions probably has information about what is happening and will happen. Yak said that he doesn't know everything. He can only see general details. It's like looking at a tall building without knowing exactly how many floors it has. You can only roughly see its height and the shape of the roof. Yak can only see where exactly the apocalypse will happen. Most likely, Atrahasis also managed to see the death of this world before he fell into the trap. The future turned out to be sad. Seoul was heavily destroyed. Wonmi-ho 1 and Chief Kim were killed by Yak. The Disaster Preparedness Committee merged with G2 and subsequently became the base for the revival of the Snow White cult. Seok-hwan lost the final fight with the terrorist. After this, Min Jong-woo disappeared, and his further fate is unknown. Somehow, Seoul was restored, and life slowly began to get better. Until Jupiter collided with the Earth, and as a result, the apocalypse happened. But now something has changed, and she can tell the truth. She did not die at the hands of Yak. Seoul, although it suffered, was not destroyed. The committee is also still active. This meant that the future followed a different scenario. All that remains is to wait for Huang to return after his resurrection. Huang, who once again died at the hands of the terrorist. Min Jong-woo regretted that he had no other choice. Kim Bong-chun led them to an abandoned subway line. According to reports from the committee, this is where the teleporter was located. The immortal was in a thoughtful mood. She didn't return her weapon to kill Yak. Her target was a demon. It pained her to watch the world being destroyed. When Atrahasis emerges from the device, she will kill him. There was no device. Hwan opened his eyes. He was in his apartment. Lilia was waiting for him. What? Should I start again from this moment? Kim Bong-chun saw with his own eyes photographs in which the teleporter was in this place. Where could he have disappeared to? If it were raised to the second metro line, many people would know about it. The height of the device was about 6 m, and it was impossible to move such a pyramid vertically. It was strange. The place was abandoned, but there was no dust on the ground. This means that the device was indeed here for some time. A sharp pain pierced Min Jong-woo's head. They have too little time left. Atrahasis will appear soon. If they fail, the demon will run away, and in the future come up with some other plan to carry out his plan. It was necessary at all costs to keep him in this body. Min Jong-woo remembered his conversation with his father. He spoke about the deal he made with the demon. Before this, he had often thought why their world had not perished yet. There were so many probabilities. Why didn't the Earth collide with an asteroid? Luck? Climate change, nuclear war, also luck. He learned the truth from Atrahasis. Everything was predetermined because of the prophets. People like lemmings are running towards the apocalypse. All their work was meaningless. Until a certain point, nothing threatened the world. The future was already written. Every step. The demon said that the prophets fix only one future option in order to contain the Blackwings clan. After all, if you create several probabilities of the future in one dimension, then more human desires will appear, and accordingly, more food for demons. An absurd agreement concluded between the prophets and the queen of the clan. People no longer had free will. They are like little fish in a small aquarium. Isn't it better to become free birds soaring in the sky? Min Jong-woo did not agree with this ending. Both death and life must take place according to the will of people. And if destruction of this scenario requires destruction, he will take such a step. Nikolai noticed that they had problems with logic. There was a railroad. What difference does it make what height if the device can be transported lying down? What does transported lying down mean? What idiot decided to transport such a fragile device horizontally? Wonmi-ho told him to shut up, and so Kim Bong-chun knows their every move. How else can you stop Min Jong-woo if you don't try to be proactive? It seems that Yak guessed why he killed V on Mi-ho in another version of the future. He asked who was moving the teleporter. He didn't like the answer. The teleporting device was taken out by a newcomer. The guy was perplexed. What was the problem? Did something break off? The V on Miho pills significantly increased his strength, and you can get drunk without any problems. Kim Bong-chun tried to track down what this branch was connected to. It was leading somewhere other than Gunja Station. The terrorist realized that it was difficult to track from this location. He had to go outside and, at this thought, his eyes glowed with a violet light. There, above that pit, won me Ho. So she also planned the final battle in this place. V on Miho's voice made them stop. She addressed the terrorist and the other traders, inviting them to surrender and not resist. Anyway, they won't find the teleportation device, so their plan failed. Nikolai was not in the mood to talk. His gun was equipped with voice control. He set it to 150 meters. Now they will all find it hard to get enough. The powerful shot shook the ground underfoot. Won Miho felt like she was falling. A firestorm tore through a nearby building. Tiger didn't understand why this V on Miho was always in a hurry. It was possible to wait for the rest of the team and then start negotiating. The support group was approaching. The terrorists threw ball lightning forward. The charge gained power as it approached the enemy. Nikolai set the cannon to 700 m. Yak made it on time. His sword took on the main wave of the fire element. The magic of the Black Wings clan blocked the release of ball lightning, absorbing it completely. The terrorist was surprised that a creature from the Black Wings clan had joined their opponents. It was strange, because their goals coincided in many ways. Yak was still doing well without the apocalypse. In addition, it was Min Jong-woo's fault that he lost so much, including his favorite store. Maybe the terrorist is going to compensate for his losses? If not, then it's time to start praying. Lilia knew how to appear impressively. Min Jong-woo remembered their last conversation and her warning that when they meet again, it will be a meeting of enemies. The immortal blocked the girl's path. The ex-girlfriends exchanged unpleasant greetings. Lilia said that it is a shame for the balance keeper to choose the side that already has so much advantage. Nikolai was glad to have another opportunity to complete their last battle with Lilia. He set the gun to 60 meters. This stubborn girl is finished. He barely managed to dodge the shots. Some people have wanted to meet him for a long time. Zhang Dukman remembered who exactly crushed the 2nd Special Forces Squad. This bastard will pay with his head for the death of his guys. Even if Nikolai dies today, he will have time to take them all with him. This old man looked like Rambo from the old movies. Nikolai was hoping to have fun, but here it was, such an old-fashioned tediousness. This rotten guy only thinks about his own fun at the cost of other people's lives. It's time for him to die. Jang Duk-man reloaded the machine gun. Tiger asked the boss if it was true that this time victory was on their side. Won Miho was more confident this time than ever before. The terrorist decided to deal with Yak first. Kim Bong-chun said he would cover. Min Jong-woo concentrated the streams of power. Yak asked the terrorist how he, an ordinary person, was going to fight a supernatural creature. If Min Jong-woo's goal is to summon Atrahasis into his body, then simply sending him into subspace will be enough to interfere. Yak used the power of wishes of 40 people. The creature from the Black Wings clan was capable of imprisoning him in such an abyss that even the hand of the prophet could not reach. Kim Bong-chun was on alert. His flying device had a range capable of destroying the cocoon of energy that enveloped the terrorist. The two energies entered into interaction and, having already begun to be created, the space scattered into fragments. The concentrated energy of the plasma ejection scattered Yak's force to shreds. The terrorist knew that Yak now did not have his magic. He uses only the remnant of human desires that the committee managed to intercept. Kim Bong-chun managed to create a flow of energy, the frequency of which resonates with the frequency of the voices of the closest people of the captured victims, those whose souls were drawn into the device. Humans were the basis of these creatures' strength, and no matter how strong their clan is, it is people who will defeat them. Tiger interrupted the terrorist's pathetic speech with a powerful blow. The blow reached its target and Min Jong-woo could not foresee it. This means he has weaknesses. Yak may not thank you. Won Miho was nervous, although she tried not to show it. There was less and less time left, and in this situation, Seok Hwan was missing. Since he touched the piece of paper and crossed the dimension, it means he can return again. He had to hurry, otherwise it would all be in vain. And in another dimension, the terrorist again killed Seok Hwan. The guy went through the same death over and over again. Another sympathetic speech from Min Jong-woo was already beginning to terribly infuriate me. Yes, how much is possible? They failed again. Thoughts were confused in Hwan's head. All over again? Waking up in that bed again? I am so fed up with it all. Where did he get this yellow jacket from? Someone was waiting for him, and it wasn't Lilia. Some unknown boy said that he was glad to see them. The boy said that he was also, in a sense, Huang, that part of it that unites its entire essence. It was the prophet. The boy's voice was very familiar. From the moment Huang found himself in another reality, this voice constantly sounded in his head. It turns out that during the transition to another reality, Huang acquired a new consciousness. All this complexity, all this metaphysical crap was never his strong point. The boy tried to explain more clearly. During resurrection, everything that is in contact with his body is revived along with Huang. The moment when the unkillable touched the piece of paper, this world recognized Huang as part of itself and moved him to this reality. In this world, hatred and thirst for destruction have reached their peak. He is heading towards his inevitable end. This is the real future of this world. It turns out that this world is like a training ground. Countless clashes with Min Jong-woo, resulting in Huan learning something? What is this all for? The boy assumed that W on Miho had his own plan, strengthen the unkillable by combining consciousnesses. His consciousness from that reality overlapped with the consciousness of the local Seok-hwan. And in the end, we got one personality. Over and over again, Huang gains new experiences. So if Huang returns to his world, this world will disappear? The boy said that the loop that gave birth to a new branch will disappear, and this whole cycle will end. The Black Wings clan will consume this world in which there are no prophets, and then destruction will come. It was pointless. Save your world at the expense of another? How is this ultimately different from the terrorists' plan? The prophet said that no matter what choice is made, one of the worlds will still be destroyed. Huang didn't care about all this philosophy. He was not happy with this arrangement. Once the head of the cult said that she was able to steal half the power of the unkillable. As a result, this force became united again. This means that this force can be divided again. The prophet was angry. What the hell is this guy's head? Yes, even with all his strength, he is not yet able to defeat Min Jong-woo. If you divide it, both worlds may perish. Now the training took on at least some meaning. If he can defeat the local Min Jong-woo, there will be a real chance of victory in his world. And there is no point in arguing. If the boy is a part of himself, then he understands perfectly well that Huan will not back down from his decision. Right, this is their essence. Huang lost count of his attempts to defeat the terrorist. This was another one. This time he will definitely die. If you don't give up time after time, you can change any future. The terrorist realized that the unkillable was very different from the other prophets. Resurrecting again and again in a new body, he sharpens his power and thereby can shape the future. The space was filled with purple. Finally, the roles have changed. How did he do it? After all, a few days ago, everything was different. This means that the future can still be changed. Min Jong-woo couldn't believe it. The training is over. Now Huang was ready to return to his world. The rest is up to Min Jong-woo. Huang asked Min Jong-woo to save this world, not to lose heart and stay alive. Huang shared his power with him and disappeared. The terrorist had strange sensations. That day, he was about to say goodbye to his life, but after receiving Huang's ability, he decided to do everything possible to save the world. They put things in order, and things gradually got better. But in the end, the world still died from a collision with Jupiter. They were unable to change the outcome, but they did do something. Thanks to Huang, they did not lose hope. They will go back in time and try again. A note on which is written, "Look at the sky when standing on the edge of the abyss. They will be reborn again." The battle in the real world continued. Suk-hee fought against Lily. She had not yet awakened her power as an immortal and therefore acted like a frivolous girl. Despite her age, she really liked this image. Yak was surprised. He did not imagine that they would be able to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time. They were able to share human desires and restrain them. But he also still had a sword. It was quite a formidable weapon. This sword cannot be neutralized using the standard method. Kim Bong-chun feverishly looked for a solution. If quality doesn't work, they'll take quantity. The facility produced multi-role aircraft carriers, Bon Cup. Yak had to block the attack from the aircraft carriers. He adhered to defensive tactics and could not attack with full force without harming Tiger. The terrorist took advantage of the situation and added his force to Kim Bong-chun's attack. Yak didn't want to release the evil spirits trapped inside the devices, but he had no choice. He released the desires of 30 people. These monsters were quite strong. Kim Bong-chun sent Bon Cup against these creatures. Monsters were not affected by physical attacks. Yak ordered Mukso to climb onto one of the creatures and fly off on it. Surfing skills come in handy. Who would have thought that Tiger would use them in such a situation? He happily destroyed Kim Bong-chun's cars. The scientist's heart was torn with pity for his creations. Atrahasis began to return. Huang did not immediately understand where he had returned. Director's office? New suit? Well, it's time to get down to business. Min Jong-woo has a black wing. The eyes also changed. It became clear to everyone that the merger with Atrahasis had begun. The demon demanded to accept him. The more a person used its power, the faster the fusion process became. The demon promised to change the world so that the prophets would no longer be able to interfere with it. Kim Bong-chun was very afraid of losing his Tyranum. Yak doubted that he could fight off the demon with his remaining desires. He told Min Jong-woo that this was a betrayal of his humanity. He replied that he had no choice. Boring crap again! Hwan was already sick of all this philosophy of Min Jong-woo. He showed up on time. Now this is his fight. Yak can step aside. The terrorist did not understand how Huang managed to return ahead of time. Just think. One more resurrection, one less. Nikolai fired as hard as he could at the car in which Jang Duk-man arrived. Tiger decided to help the commander and ordered the monster to get closer. Nikolai was surprised to see a man on such a monster bird. He fired his weapon and Tiger barely managed to dodge it. He rushed at Nikolai under the cover of Jang Duk-man. What kind of crazy people are these? How can you rush into battle so recklessly without a weapon? Nicholas liked this country more and more. The immortal stared intently at the black tornado. If the demon reincarnates, then Yak has failed, and she should rush to kill Min Jong-woo with this spear. The Yak suddenly appeared somewhere behind her. He said that their team's priorities had changed. Min Jong-woo realized that he would not be able to get rid of the unkillable so easily. This means that we will have to calm him down forever. Huang said that kicking the butts of those who are absolutely sure of their victory is his favorite trick. This time, everything will be different. They rejoiced at his appearance. Even Lilia smiled this time, and Nikolai was even happy to see him. Huang only had one chance. If he died in this battle, both worlds that he so wanted to protect would disappear. The prophet informed him that after the division of power, his consciousness would disappear and instant resurrection would become impossible. If Huang dies, he will return to life only after 3 days. Min Jong-woo looked at the guy and couldn't believe his eyes. He was all glowing purple. Some kind of haze around him looked like a new ability. But all this no longer mattered. He too is no longer the same person he was before. Demonic power changed him. Huang dodged his attacks with ease, for some reason to the right. He probably found out that the terrorist has poor vision in one eye. Well, he'll regret it. A sharp blow made him double over. Huang has long noticed that when Min Jong-woo freaks out, he puts his right leg in front of him and rushes forward. So much time in battle taught him to understand and predict every move of the enemy. Min Jong-woo realized that it was not just a blow. Somehow the demon's power began to dissipate. It looks like Seok Hwan has awakened his ability. Nikolai was delighted. In addition to immortality, Seok Hwan also has another ability. The games are over. He shouted to Victor to shoot. The satellite bioweapon Victor Vassarelli began to tune up. The shot from a concentrated laser beam came as a complete surprise to everyone. Did this crazy mafia really launch a satellite? But this was not the main surprise for today. W on Miho also had his own ace up his sleeve. She was not used to making plans for victory by relying on only one person. Nikolai was already completely convinced of his victory. He didn't understand why everyone was so worried. The appearance of an unknown type could hardly change anything. Even Yak was confused. How did he get here? Came from Jeju Island? The man had a strange blade from which an incomprehensible power emanated. It was Cursed Monk Wang! The monk asked who exactly should be killed. One Miho suggested killing everyone who dares to attack him. Well, the simpler the better. Nikolai again summoned his satellite weapon. The shot was not long in coming. A flash lit up the sky. Van muttered something. It was like a Buddhist mantra. The monstrous paw grabbed a piece of the building and blocked the laser volley. Nobody expected this. The spectacle was eerie and at the same time fascinating. The monk began to concentrate his energy. He summoned a monster several times larger than Nikolai's device. Not even a trace remained of the formidable weapon. It was the turn to settle accounts with his owner. Nikolai rushed at the monk, firing at him with his revolvers. One movement and the severed hand fell to the ground. The moment came when Nikolai for the first time regretted his arrival in this damn country. The monk swung his hand to finish off the Russian bandit. But Kang Suk-hee did not let him do it. Yak explained to his team members where this monk came from. The cult of esoteric Buddhism raised this monster. Several hundred years have passed since then. Van was resurrected using special spells. His strength was comparable to that of a god. He is able to enter into contracts with beings from other dimensions in exchange for an endless desire to kill. This monster can even summon creatures from the Black Wings clan. At this moment, Kim Bong-chun's voice was heard. He discovered a teleporter. The monk muttered some mantra again, and his dagger burst into flames. Stripes of fire lined the space. Now his gaze fell on the man who kept the vile creature inside him. Suk-hee shouted to Min Jung-woo that she would detain Hwang. Let him go to the teleporter. Won Mi-ho ordered Seok-hwan to follow. Only he is able to save Min Jung-woo. It was a super-secret vault. The device, called Vector, was practically sentient. This supercomputer processed such layers of information that no one in the world could even dream of. Information about the past, present, and even future. Won Mi-ho came here every year for 10 years for one. The only answer, but there was no answer. And only 10 years later she received it. Yak suggested that Hwang ride the monster. This was the only way to catch up with Min Jung-woo. Monk Wang said that if the demon were to awaken, this problem could only be solved by destroying the Korean peninsula. How could you just let him go? Kang Suk-hee came over and replied that that was the point of it all, to get in time. So much effort was put into this project. They are not going to calmly watch this earth turn into hell. The theater is finished. Now, all hope lies with Hwang. Yak couldn't believe it. Actor play? If this was all just to deceive Atrahasis, then they had gone too far. The monk had no intention of letting the demon go. Kang Suk-hee and Yak blocked his path. They'll deal with him somehow, together. Nikolai was bleeding. It was time to get out of here. Lilia now also understood everything. There is no need to fight anymore. She said everything was planned in advance. It took them so long to get to this point for one reason. There was no answer. No matter how much Won Mi-ho asked, Vector did not answer for too long. There was only one question. How can you avoid the apocalypse without killing the terrorist? Their goal is to bypass apocalypse and seal Atrahasis. That damn machine was consuming 2% of all of Korea's resources. It's time to give her an answer. And 10 years later, this answer was received. The situation will be resolved by a team following the same path. Carriage depot. This guy couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. This really infuriated Min Jung-woo. How many more times does he need to get before he finally falls behind? Hwang recalled exactly who ran away after their last meeting. Well, okay, I asked for it. The terrorist lashed out with a stream of force at the monster bird, and Hwang, unable to resist, flew down. With all his might, he slammed Hwang into the ground. Their fall was accompanied by an explosion and a release of plasma energy. Tiger watched from the side and did not interfere. He had another task. Take the device away and, if necessary, detonate it. As the person who knew Hwang best, he could assess the situation and determine the moment if Hwang lost. And only in this case press the detonator button. Min Jung-woo was trying to figure out how this guy, rushing at him over and over again, expected to stop him. He's not just a bad guy who needs to be punched in the face. Or is he thinking of finishing him off somehow, as he did with his friend and father? And then he will say that there was no other choice. Anger forced Min Jung-woo to spend more and more demonic powers, throwing them into space. Black clots poisoned everything around. Min Jung-woo was sinking deeper and deeper into a state of despair. There is no doubt for him. There is only a goal that Seok-hwan is mindlessly rushing towards, and his excuse that circumstances just happened that way did not suit the terrorist. Anger gave his blows monstrous force. Jong Yong-ha watched the battle and kept his finger on the fuse button. From the outside, it seemed that Hwang had no chance of winning. Hwang was tossed around like a doll caught in a whirlpool of aggressive energies. Black ropes wrapped around a car parked nearby and lifted it into the air. No matter how tough Hwang is, one person cannot prevent the apocalypse. Even Suk-hee and Monk Wang cannot do this. He threw the car at the place where Hwang was standing. Judging by the fact that this time the guy did not expose himself to blows and was careful, he no longer has the ability to instantly resurrect. The fight is over. He can't survive such a blow. The explosion was visible from a distance. Now all that remains is to get Jung Yong-ha out of the way, and let him not hope that his bomb will somehow interfere. Tiger, of course, would love to chat, but does Min Jung-woo have time to talk? There was no need to get distracted. The terrorist began to turn around, but then he received such a blow to the skull that for a moment, all thoughts flew out of his head. When Min Jong-woo regained his ability to think, it was already too late. Hwang knocked him down at once, and each blow took away part of the demonic powers. It was impossible. He got it. So Hwang is resurrected? Why then did he hold out for so long before this? Were all the terrorists' attacks ineffective from the very beginning? Thoughts were confused in my head, and questions remained unanswered. The time for chatter is over. Now Hwang was in the mood to fuck off this boring asshole, endlessly whining about the inevitability of the apocalypse. Hwan's tenacity has always fascinated Yeon-ha. This guy never gave up. Tiger didn't press the button. He knew that even in the most desperate situation, Hwang would use every opportunity to continue the fight. Tiger remembered their life in the orphanage. Hwang constantly got into fights in an attempt to protect himself from the older guys. At the beginning of the semester, when he was beaten for the 5th time, he asked Young-ha to teach him how to fight. No matter how strong his opponent was, the guy never ran away, but fought face to face. And this persistence has not gone away with age. Tiger was proud of his comrade. Now even death can't stop him. The demon inside the terrorist was getting impatient. He felt that his strength was about to leave him, and he would lose control of this body. The teleporter was right in front of them. Why waste time? All you need to do is move Atrahasis there, and that will be the end of it. Min Jong-woo couldn't just leave. On the one hand, the unkillable did not allow him to break through to the device. On the other hand, Young-ha was ready to blow up the teleporter at any moment. The demon's power was disappearing faster and faster. Something was happening to the terrorist. The more he looked at this guy surrounded by bright flames, the more he hated himself. And Hwana, who if he were in his place, would certainly not have made such terrible mistakes. Min Jong-woo was unable to save his friend, who, year after year, became more and more inclined towards evil, until his heart finally succumbed to hatred. He couldn't save his father. He hated Hwang because he was trying to destroy the last thing he had left, the mask that covered all his insignificance. If only he could become like Hwang. If only he had the courage to show his real self. If only he could be more honest with himself. He was sorry that he could not live up to the expectations of his friends. Lilia, Bong Chun-hyung. Each blow from Hwang took away his strength, but that was not the main thing. Every blow took away his self-confidence. If you kill Min Jong-woo, nothing will change. The demon will simply find another body and continue to carry out his plan. Death doesn't solve anything. This curse killed everyone who tried to overcome it, including his father and mother. And Min Jong-woo knew that he would be next. This guy, like a mockery, appeared every time to show all his helplessness and uselessness. He couldn't protect his friend and father. What else is this man trying to achieve? To make Min Jong-woo feel even more pathetic and insignificant. Even V on Mi-ho told him that it was time to rest, and that his strength is no longer the same. But she was wrong. He's been broken for a long time. All he was just a mask. All this time, while he was saving people, he wore a mask. Even then, many considered him a villain. But, despite the hatred of people, he continued to help them. Among them were those few whose faith in him helped them move forward and continue their mission. It was his faith that sustained him, helped fight the Snow White cult. He wanted to save people by creating a new security system, the Disaster Preparedness Committee. In the end, everything turned out to be useless. Min Jong-woo stopped resisting. Why try again if everything he does is useless? Blackness also began to lose ground. The black clots were absorbed and destroyed by stronger energy. The child from Min Jong-woo's subconscious was begging for help. He plunged into the past so deeply until he realized he was a kid. And this child asked Hwang to help him. And Hwang promised to help. A blow, one more. It was impossible to destroy all the power of Atrahasis that occupied the body of Min Jong-woo. It was necessary to force the terrorist to surrender, in order for the demon to leave the vessel of his own free will. This is the only way Min Jong-woo can survive. Min Jong-woo fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to continue the fight. At that moment, the man felt demonic forces leaving his body. Demonic energy began to condense over the teleportation device. Hwang achieved his goal. 2 hours ago, when Hwang appeared in this reality in Director Kim's office, he did not yet know what task he would have to solve. The director was furious. What an impudent young man. He doesn't even say hello to his elders. Yes, this new guy was a little out of the loop. Who exactly is the head of the Department of the Committee for Preparedness for Natural Disasters? It was Kim Hoo-chul, and it was in his office that the unkillable appeared. Is he going to leave? No respect. The director's voice made Huang stop. From his words, the guy guessed who exactly came up with this idiotic plan, to save their world at the expense of the death of another. Well, Huang never followed plans that didn't inspire confidence in him. He always did things his way, and if he loses this battle, they will lose everything. Director Kim said that they had been preparing for 10 years, and his loss would be the end of everything. But defeating Min Jong-woo is not enough. If the demon suspects deception or any violation of the contract, it will kill the vessel and move to a new body. That is why it took them 10 years to come up with a plan that would save the life of the terrorist and give them a chance to prevent the apocalypse. It was necessary to prove to the terrorist that he was not mistaken when he saved people in a world where no one believed in him. In addition, the real body of Atrahasis should have been destroyed. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. All that was needed was to pull the demon out of Min Jong-woo's body, and then victory will become real. The teleporter created vortices of incredible flows around itself, penetrating everything around it. The energy of human desires mixed with the forces of the Black Wings clan shook space and melted the layers of reality. This energy was directed into the abyss, helping Atrahasis's body free itself from its shackles. The ground shook, the air crackled with tension, and Tiger and Huang struggled to stay on their feet. Atrahasis exited the device. This creature was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Tiger wanted to press the fuse button, but he was not allowed. The light of power flashed in the demon's eyes, and the man found himself frozen and unable to move. The creature was huge, and Juan had no idea how to deal with it. Well, the main thing is to get involved in battle, and then your intuition will tell you something. I got out of it somehow before. The sound of a Buddhist mantra interrupted his thoughts. Monk Wang was in a hurry to destroy the demon. The promised help arrived on time. One Mi-ho told Atrahasis that things are completely different now than they were 10,000 years ago, and they also have their own team. Atrahasis is the demon of the abyss, whose power the Snow White cult so wanted to acquire. Van was determined to kill the demon no matter what. If anyone stands in his way, he will finish him off too. The monk began to read the mantra again, concentrating the flow of energy. The demon transformed black clots of power into sharp peaks and needles, not letting the monk get close. While the two energies collided and tried to destroy each other, the monk rushed with his weapon at the demon. Atrahasis spoke the word, Kurigara, and a shining sword appeared from subspace. The monk's blade was too small compared to this magnificent and formidable weapon, and the sword parried the blow with ease. Atrahasis shouted the word, Trishula, Trident of the Gods! This weapon was also familiar to the monk. No matter how the demon tried to disguise him with illusions, Vaughn recognized him. The demon knew that once on Jeju Island, a monk called a Chakratasha and Kali was killed with this spear. Is he copying weapons? No, Atrahasis does not copy. Can a demon use the originals? The powers of the divine spear and sword were so great that even such a powerful being as cursed monk Wang had a hard time. He was thrown back with such force that Mi-ho was afraid for the outcome of the fight. While the monk came to his senses, Huang realized that he could not do without his help. He held back for a long time, but the time has come to intervene. We should have attacked together from the very beginning. The demon was angry with the unkillable. Because of his intervention, the plan could have been jeopardized and set back several hundred years. Huang's punches were landing, and he'd figure out the rest as he went along. The demon said the word, Sain Chamsa. What the hell is this? The new weapon looks scary. A sword made of human desires. Perhaps these two could have dealt with it if they had acted together. But now it's too late. This sword will destroy them first. The demon cast a spell, and thorny branches of demonic power, studded with thorns, crawled out from the ground. They wrapped themselves around Huang's legs, preventing him from moving. Somehow the monk's body began to disappear, and tongues of flame burst out in its place. At that same second, Van found himself behind the demon. Huang broke his bonds. Did these two try to trick him? They will pay for their insolence. Huang had his own mission. He couldn't let the demon get to Min Jong-woo. He made a promise. Therefore, the unkillable will stand in his way as long as necessary. Before taking any step forward, Atrahasis will have to deal with Huang first. Min Jong-woo was unaware of what was happening around him. His consciousness was deep inside, unable to withstand the power of emotions that he had to endure. This time, they attacked together. The demon's body began to disintegrate into black clumps. One Mi-ho couldn't believe her eyes. Would victory really be so easy? Huang did not believe in easy ways, and he was right. Quite quickly, Atrahasis' body began to recover. He watched people for 10,000 years. During this time, even the stones managed to turn into sand. Among the countless number of worlds, only in this one the inhabitants reach such a level of destruction as nowhere else in the universe. Atrahasis has fully recovered. Van struck again with his weapon. He collected streams of energies beyond the control of a human being. The monk directed power into the demon, securing it with a mantra, but Atrahasis absorbed all the energy. The monk plunged the weapon into the demon's body over and over again, but it was all to no avail. Atrahasis closed his wounds with ease. The demon turned to hellish creatures, creatures whose essence was the strength of the Black Wings clan. To those who existed only for one moment of fulfilling their cherished dream, they were willing to help and share your strength. This power filled St. Chamsa's sword, and fiery runes glowed on its surface. Van disappeared. The demon had long been familiar with the cursed monk's tricks. On Jeju Island, Atrahasis also sent him to another dimension. Only this time, he won't let Van return. Evil Killer Sword was a bodily carrier capable of summoning lives. Thanks to his power, the demon could return here at any time. Even if he found himself in another dimension, the demon was not sure that he could cope with the monk after 10,000 years of imprisonment. He used one trick that allowed him to get rid of the enemy. This time, Van will have to try hard to get out of the other world. All these 10,000 years, the demon watched people build houses from clay and try to get out of the mud, developing civilization. He studied their habits and habits well. Huang realized that he was alone in the monster's path. He remembered how he promised protection to the child from Min Jongwoo's subconscious. He knew he wouldn't back down. Just like his father, who sacrificed himself, covered little Huan with his back. Then he promised himself that if anyone ever needed help, he would also shield them with his back. Let them try to move him, you smug asshole. And here you are. Kim Bong-chun's flying insects have arrived. The drones began to fire at the demon from all sides. Sounds behind him made Huan turn around. Min Jongwoo? The terrorist had already decided to tell everything to hell. But seeing in front of him the back of a man risking his life for him, he could not stay away. Atrahasis did not care how many people opposed him. Lilia, Kim Bong-chun, who else? Nothing will change from this. Min Jongwoo's abilities disappeared after the demonic power left his body. Now he has become an ordinary person. What can he do against the demon? Lilia thanked Huang. There was such sincere gratitude in the girl's eyes that Huan was even slightly confused. Kim Bong-chun handed over the suitcase to Toryo Nim. When the terrorist returned from the abyss with the demon horn in his hands, he promised to do something to him. It doesn't matter what Min Jongwoo can do. He'll try. After all, that's how he always worked. The terrorist put on a gas mask. He's tired. He wanted to give up everything. I had no strength, no health, and I practically couldn't see with my eyes. Now there are no more abilities left. But how could you just sit and wait? Now he finally understood what Huang meant when he said he had no other choice. We must admit that all this time he was wrong when he shifted responsibility to others. And learn not to give up. Do not throw the enemy who destroyed his entire family onto someone else's shoulders. Now that he has lost the ability to avoid misfortune, he can learn to deal with them. The demon turned his attention to the gas mask. This thing was made from the remains of his horn. Most of it went to restore Villogia. Does Min Jongwoo think this is enough to take him down? Or is his vessel resisting out of pure stubbornness? The demon stuck his sword into the ground, and space floated. They have moved somewhere. Huan was familiar with this place. The demon said that they were inside the world he created. The ark was kept here, in which the forces were accumulated to destroy the queen. He once fell into this place due to Van's actions, but now the monk cannot stop him. What was happening in the sky looked like an eclipse. Spheres filled with human emotions united, transforming into demonic energy. He had no intention of killing people, except the unkillable one. It was people who gave him the necessary energy that filled the ark. But he knew that these little people would not retreat. Atrahasis picked up the black ball, playing with it like a ball. The demon squeezed the black sphere, and strength filled him again. This whole place obeyed his laws. Here his powers were practically endless. Everything was permeated with streams of demonic energy. A little more, and he will kill them all. The terrorist barely had time to pick up V on Miho. He shouted to his friend that it was time to start. Kim Bong-chun launched his weapon. The flows of power collided and everything got mixed up. It became unclear where the sky was and where the earth was. The air seemed to melt from tension. Lilia rushed at the demon with her battle axe. Atrahasis blocked the blow with his demonic sword, and the axe blade shattered into fragments. So, what is next? Don't these insects understand that their resistance is useless? The space began to crack. I used my ability to move, and he and Kang Soo-ki showed up on time. It was for this moment that the immortal returned her weapon. Now this creature will dance. Soo-ki threw her legendary spear, filled with the power of the prophet, at the demon. The demon found it funny. What can this girl do with her meager remaining strength? The spear flew straight into his skull, knocking out the remnants of his last thought. It broke the sword with which the demon tried to parry the blow. Being beyond reality, Min Jong-woo promised himself that no matter how slim the chances were, no matter how close death was, he would not give up again. An almost extinguished candle burns brightest. Their team will not give up. The jokes are over. Atrahasis was furious. He imprisoned people in energy spheres. Now their world will belong to him. It's time for them all to die. People tried to break the walls of the domes, but they did not give in. It was urgent to figure out how to get out, otherwise they would become energy batteries for the demon. Van's appearance came as a surprise to everyone, especially for Atrahasis. The monk easily destroyed the demonic spheres and freed the people. His blade flashed with inhuman speed, cutting through the streams of black power. He didn't waste time explaining how he managed to return. He went ahead, throwing out his anger at the hellish creature. His blade swelled Atrahasis's head. It was necessary to act urgently to prevent the demon from recovering. There is very little left. On Mi-ho believed in her team. The forces were spinning like a whirlpool. They didn't have time. Atrahasis said that the transfer of peace was their only hope. If they sacrificed all their desires, he could get rid of the prophets and bring new hope to this world. Yak knew what to spend his wishes on. He thrust his sword, filled with the power of the essences of the Black Wings clan, into Atrahasis's body. The only worthwhile goal is the destruction of the Abyss Demon. The demon, who barely had time to regenerate, did not have time to fully restore his capabilities. He gathered the last of his strength and pushed the sword out of his chest, throwing Yak away with a powerful burst of energy. Soo-ki did not allow the demon to come to his senses. Yak's blow was followed by a blow from her spear. The powers of the prophet, who once brought her to this world, were antagonistic to the powers invested in Yak's weapon. It was difficult for the demon to adapt to different types of energies that were opposite in origin. He was barely able to fend off the attack, but it didn't end there. Tiger and Lilia attacked from both sides. Having lost her favorite weapon, the girl hit the monster with her hands and feet. This creature should have thought carefully before stretching its paws towards their world. Foolish people. They are like small fish in an aquarium, deprived of free will and choice. Huang disagreed. He had a choice of how to fuck off the monster. The terrorist was also not far behind. Once again, left without a head, Atrahasis realized that he no longer had the strength to regenerate. In the last seconds of his existence, he thought that perhaps Ji-tai was right. They became too attached to this world and loved it as if they were their own. All that was left of the Abyss Demon was wisps of black fog. Artificial intelligence was right. They did it. The team saved this world, a team of people bound by one goal, one desire to win, acting as one. Demonstrations in the streets again demanded the dissolution of the Disaster Preparedness Committee. The Snow White cult still continued to exist and do its dirty work. It was strange for Nikolai that his arrest was not made into a high-profile event in favor of the committee's work. He was a notorious criminal, and his arrest would have been all over the media. Or they could just get rid of him. Lilia told him not to be modest. Russia would take harsh revenge for the death of the mafia leader. However, the girl did not stand on ceremony when she confronted him. Nikolai remembered their fight well. The indignant voice from the bag showed concern about his boss's condition. He also scolded Lilia and demanded that he be pulled out immediately. How did he get it already? The girl grumpily unzipped her bag and took out the robot, who was Nikolai's personal bodyguard. This was the same Victor Vassarelli, or rather that part of his intellect that remained after the destruction of the weapon on the satellite. The remains of his body were transferred to the Russian space station. Apparently, this robot had not only intelligence, but also a fair amount of emotions. How could they do this to his master? The girl was making fun of the unlucky bodyguard. He was seriously angry. Previously, Nikolai could not communicate with him directly because their conversations were monitored. Although he was an official bodyguard, he still belonged to the state. Yes, the time has passed when Russia was a strong country, a czarist power. He liked that period. the era of steel and blood. Victor rushed to his beloved owner. Lilia said that it doesn't matter what kind of power, you always need someone to hate. This means that the criminal world will always exist. Why doesn't Victor come back and lead its leadership? Nikolai could not understand why the committee needed all this. He stroked the robot, and it purred like a cat. There are still remnants of the Snow White cult in criminal circles, which means they need someone who will restrain it. Lilia knew the shadow world well, and how it needed a strong leader so that the seeds of evil would not germinate again. As far as Nikolai knew, this role had always been filled by the terrorist. Will he resign? Min Jong-woo met the man who once, as a child, first called him a terrorist and spoke out in his defense. Now the guy has already grown up. The terrorist's latest actions have made him doubt his faith. He had a difficult life. The child was considered crazy and teased at school. They even had to move. Min Jong-woo has made enough mistakes, especially recently. But he still realized that the actions he had committed over these 10 years were not useless. Is he resigning? Won Mi-ho has completed a 10-year project to save the world, and no one is even offering a vacation. Director Kim didn't mind. What's the problem? There have always been and will be protesters. Kim Bong-chun returned the suitcase with the gas mask. Min Jong-woo and Lilia were supposed to fly out the next day. The terrorist resigns? And each of them answered, "Of course!" "No!" After all the adventures, Hwang finally got some sleep. When he was hanging somewhere between sleep and reality, someone's voice called out to him. He didn't know this woman, but she seemed vaguely familiar to him. Mother? Hwan didn't recognize her, but something painfully familiar slipped into the features of that face. They managed to talk about a lot that day. They were shamelessly late. Ye Rin was nervous and pulled him by the hand, and Hwan didn't understand why there was such a rush. The plane hasn't taken off yet. Surely they are standing there, chatting about all sorts of nonsense. The girl said that it was time to become more serious. This little guy is getting arrogant again. As soon as she entered the university, she again began to pretend to be an adult. Hwang gave the girl a slap. Everyone had already gathered for a long time and was waiting only for them. Baek Moon-ho joined the committee. Jung Yong-ha also received an invitation but refused. He said he would be on hand if he needed help. Kang Suk-hee joined the special department of the committee. Wang never returned to Jeju, his whereabouts currently unknown. Yak, having lost his store, joined Kim Bong-chun. Now he also worked in a secret research center. And Min Jong-woo was waiting for Hwan away from everyone. Hwang asked, where did such a large tree in the center of the airport come from? It was a guardian tree. Once upon a time, rituals were held around it every year. Residents insisted that the tree remain, continuing to protect everyone. It was a symbol that united people and kept them in this place. Hwang asked why Min Jong-woo gave him his gas mask. Does he want Hwang to continue his activities? In fact, this gas mask was originally intended for the unkillable. It is designed to simultaneously contain the forces of the Black Wings clan and the influence of the prophets. Its capabilities are significantly weaker than the previous version. However, if a person with the power of the prophet uses it, he will be able to successfully continue the mission of the terrorist. Why play the role of a terrorist? After everything that happened, a lot of people hate him. Hwang saw no point in continuing to fool people. The terrorist is a guardian tree. At first glance it seems that it is unnecessary and even bothers many. But in fact, it is a symbol that unites people. Hwang deserves to become such a symbol. He is able to instill faith in people and give them hope. He always took on what others thought was impossible, and always brought it to the end. Hwang said that his father asked him to give him something. He said that he is grateful that Min Jong-woo is his son. Min Jong-woo smiled. Yes, he had already heard these words 100 times. It sounded so familiar. When Hwang met his mother for the first time, he said he was proud of his parents. And the mother said that she was happy that she had such a son. She's already said this 1,000,000 times. Min Jong-woo will come back, right? Hwang would not like to say goodbye forever. Where will he go? After all, work for him has always been the meaning of life. Hwang sneezed. Well, I caught a cold. A month later, they received information that the remnants of the Snow White cult were hiding in the house of worship and were up to something bad. They could have given me a wig. Hwang had no intention of dyeing his hair white. People ran away in panic when they saw a figure in a gas mask. The terrorist is back! Hwang had no intention of wasting time on negotiations. They have 1 minute to get out of here, if of course they have the desire to survive this day. Won Mi-ho sighed heavily over the plates of appetizers. She invited everyone to the party, but for some reason she herself was sad. Her active nature required constant movement. I really wanted to smoke, but Ha Shi-woo, the director of the Chic Callous restaurant, did not allow smoking indoors. They argued sluggishly on this topic. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of Shin Hye-yeol. This was the same girl who arrived from the future and provided them with the necessary information. It is thanks to her appearance that they are now alive. Shin Hye-yeol shared information from her memories about the future, which fortunately did not happen. She knew only widely available information. Won Mi-H was interested in details that the girl did not know. Much remained unclear. For example, how does Shin Hye-yeol manage to stay forever young and not grow old? The girl brought a book. Despite the fact that she did not know the new future, she had to find out the reason for the collision of Jupiter with the Earth. She might have found a clue. Yak thanked the scientist for his help. Now he has a new refuge. They were not yet able to pass through spaces, but they could observe other worlds. In one of these studies, Yak discovered something strange. Oz Company existed in another dimension. It was a higher civilization, where the path to the prophets and creatures from the Black Wings clan was closed. This drawing was familiar to him. Is there really someone else who can cross dimensions? This was a book about the diversity of the world and the wonders of the world. This book was very old. It arrived along with a girl from another dimension and contained a lot of useful information. Records from the time of the Yuan Empire, a description of viruses from the future, and even some data about the apocalypse. On the pages dedicated to the end of the world, she discovered a familiar symbol. The girl received this book personally from Marco Polo.